Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Iesf World Esports Championship Qualifiers. We're going into the Americas region. We've seen Asia and Oceania. We have seen Europe as well. Some really exciting games. 12 games each in all of these qualifications. Different formats, different amount of teams, different circles, different endings. And obviously, I get to do this. Unfortunately, not alone. It is Kobo back with me analyzing analyzing some stuff. I almost misworded that here. But yeah, Kobo, how are you doing?
Oh, really, really good, Felix. Happy to be here. A little bit sunburned, as you can see, but we are ready to kick off the games tonight. Tonight from Europe, this evening, if you're in the Americas region yourself. And I can't wait. We're sending another 2 teams in the next 2 days. So can't wait to catch us up to see where the games are going like and to see who's actually going to Riyadh towards the later months of this year.
We had amazing teams in the Euro qualifier that we've just seen last week. Now, we were talking about amazing teams, but just to give you guys a perspective of how experienced some of these players are, we've had literally world champions playing, right? Literal world champions playing just last week. And this time around, it's not going to be too different. Yes, we have some less experienced teams as well, but especially coming out of the Brazil region, we'll get to all these teams in a minute, especially coming out of the Brazil region, we have incredibly experienced and also successful teams coming into this tournament.
Yeah, we have some big high-profile names as you are looking at the daily schedule that will kick us off for today and tomorrow. Same schedule, both days, different days, same times. Sanhok, Erangel, and then closing out with 2 Miramar. So we're starting off on the craziest map, and then we come back to the old faithfuls. And yeah, this is, once again, all of these qualifiers have one thing in common. It's the more established names, it's the bigger names we're looking towards, versus teams that might not have the same experience, especially on an international level, but that have proven themselves nationally and are here to prove that they can make it to the World Esports Championship. Yeah,
this is what it's going to be about during today and obviously during tomorrow as well. As we get to see these 12 games. So today is going to be 6 matches. You've just seen the format, and obviously tomorrow is going to be the same kind of format and same maps as well. Point structure, I mean, we all know it by now. In case you don't, this is how it goes. You get a certain amount of placement points that you have on screen right now. First one obviously takes away 10, the second one still gets 6, and the third one 5, and so on and so forth. And you obviously get 1 elimination point per kill that you get in these rounds. Pretty standard. We haven't seen it change since, I want to say, almost 2 years now. I think the PMGC 2022 has been the date where that has been changed. But ever since then, it's been this consistent point structure. And obviously in these Iesf World Esports Championship qualifiers, it shouldn't be any different. And it isn't, fortunately, enough.
Yeah. It's the same thing we know, and this time the one thing that's really interesting is that we have 9 to 11 getting no placement points, right? We are playing with 11 teams here. That's going to change the lobby quite a bit. Well, we'll talk about that later. For now, we should have a look at the different rosters playing tonight and have a bit of a talk of who's going in. Chile, one of the teams we're looking at with, I'd say, a reasonable amount of experience. Some of these players have played at the top level for sure. And then, interestingly enough, we have Milovan here, who's just recently left Influence Rage, and that's the team we're looking at when we're looking at Brazil. So maybe a bit of healthy rivalry there between Chile and Brazil.
Yeah, and he especially will meet some of his teammates actually in the Brazil roster. But yeah, very experienced roster. I want to highlight Potro as well. Obviously, it's just played in the PMSL America Spring, literally just some week ago. So I want to say 1.5 months ago, maybe at most. I think it was the middle or end of June. And so yeah, really experienced roster as well. As we head on over to Guatemala, we know these guys because they have qualified the last time around. Mr. Teru, definitely a well-known figure in the Guatemalan scene, especially when it comes to Pubg Mobile Esports. He's been the owner and founder of Mayan Esports, for example. Joining the forces will be Alex, Minog, and Jyrok. Definitely a team that has to be watched. As we said, they were able to qualify last time around. This time around, though, as we said, some really, really experienced rosters coming into this, and only the top 2 will advance, so it's definitely going to be a big task ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams are looking for an absolute Herculean task to make it past some of the top profile guys. Argentina coming in with Hate, Rema, Octi, and Mystic. We've seen some of these guys before. But we will have to wait and see how they perform here. And it's not going to be enough to be decent. It's not going to be enough to hold yourself. You need to get top 2 here, right? So that's always hard. And no matter what lobby you're playing in, top 2 is always tricky. You got to be clearly better than the rest. And we'll have to wait and see what the guys from the very south of South America can do.
You've lived in Argentina, actually, haven't you?
Yes.
So
sí,
it's
claro.
going to be... You know the language, you know the words. I've seen you talk to the Argentinian roster as well, I believe, last time at the Iesf World Esports Championship. It's been an amazing region, it's been an amazing country, and it continues to make some big strides on the international Pubg mobile esports scene. This time around, there's also one team participating, one country, and that is Uruguay. I don't think they have qualified yet to the Iesf World Esports Championship. I don't think Uruguay has been able to do so, but either way, definitely some rather experienced players in there as well. I want to highlight Joaco. He's played in the PMSL as well. Not quite the finish that we had from Potro, for example, who's taken 7th place with this team, Team Keizo. But he's definitely an experienced player as well. Was playing for Entity, not the still believe he is, once again, in the American region. And together with Cardi and Lion Kid and CC, a team that we will have to watch as well. Definitely a contender for the top 2.
Yeah, you had a little touch on who qualified last year and who qualified to pass World Esports Championships. Last year it was Colombia, Argentina, and Chile, and I think that is some of the teams we are looking to again.
Yes.
And then maybe one more in the mix, but we'll come to that in a second. Panama, definitely a bit of an underdog here, but so are many of the rosters coming on in, and we've seen some of them pop off in past qualifiers. But it's been a topic, I feel like, in most of the regions where even if an underdog pops off on the first day, the favorites do kind of tend to come back once there's more games in the mix. So it's going to be a tricky prospect to get yourself into a top 2 here. Similar things for Suriname. Mello, we've seen him around as well. And we'll see what they can do. Pindaboy, Pills, Chenil. They're going to try their very best, but they have to really just produce a big upset here if they're going to want to end up in the top 2.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an upset if that is to come true. Panama and Suriname, 2 of the lesser experienced teams in this lobby. Unfortunately, not really any big international attendance in terms of the big international Pubg Mobile Esports tournaments this year, but who knows, maybe that's about to change. Suriname always a country that I'm very happy to see. Definitely a developing country in terms of esports as well. More and more players now participating in Pubg Mobile Esports tournament, and good on them for bringing a team in here like that, the Suriname Esports Federation, making that happen. So good on them. Very nice to see them play here. As we head on over to the next team, it is Colombia, and you were talking about qualification. I think that was one of the teams that you've just talked about as well, qualifying for the last Esports World Championship. And I want to say not a team to be underestimated either, but not quite on the level that we've talked about in terms of Brazil and Chile.
No, probably not, but still a team that you would definitely put in the ranks of favorites amongst this lobby, and definitely a team that has the expectation to qualify here, or at least has that expectation towards themselves. We've seen Legal, Achilles, we've seen those guys at an international LAN already, so they know what it takes, and they will do their very best to get there. Dominican Republic, they have, as you can always tell by the clan tags, right? You can always tell these guys are on teams, these guys are on squads. Some of them are together on the same squads. Malito in Legend, that is, playing for the Panthers. And again, I think we'll have to wait and see what they can actually bring to the table, because this is one of the teams that's a mix. This is not a full lineup. This is not a team that's used to playing together, and that can sometimes be a bit of a breath of fresh air, but sometimes it can hold them back a little bit when it just comes to those crunch moments. It's nice to have things to fall back on. It's nice to have habits to go back into, and here's a team that you love to talk about and that we'll watch a lot today that has exactly that. They have the structure, they have the experience together, and they are coming in as the absolute favorite into this lobby.
Yeah, so I was talking about Milovan. He obviously left at the end of July after that PMSL season, but the rest of them, are still playing for Influence Rage as far as I'm concerned, and that is the complete roster coming in for Influence Rage. So you were talking about teams obviously coming in here as a mix, countries coming in as a mix. This time, it's very different. Brazil, these guys have been playing together for forever. I've talked about Influence Rage, is who they're representing, at least non-country wise, in terms of organizations. And yeah, these guys are massive fraggers. I don't think I need to introduce them to any of you. Federal Law, Little Boy Diego, and even if any of these guys isn't able to play, they can pick up Lawrence into the mix, and I think he'll be able to perform just fine as well. So we head on over to one of the bigger regions as well in PUBG Mobile esports scene. I've talked about the America region, the America PMSL. These guys unfortunately have not participated as far as I'm concerned, but pretty strong team as well, making it through the United States qualifier is Mushtaba, Chills, Pika, and obviously Bad Boy as the last player in the mix. Strong team, also not to be underestimated, I think.
We'll have to wait and see what they put on the table here. Like we said, right, it's extremely hard to judge the teams, and I think even for the teams, it's extremely hard to judge each other, as so many mixes and so many teams just coming together for this tournament. We have Ecuador coming in with Bree, Dallas, Tilin, and Sildagas. And again, another roster where we've seen them, I think we've seen some of them perform, but realistically, we have no idea how this team is going to do, how well they're going to gel together, how the chemistry is going to go, how the confidence is going to go. And a very tricky one for all of these teams to judge, even not only the other rosters, but how is a lobby going to play with this amount of teams in it, right? And how is a lobby going to play where probably a lot of the teams are looking at some of the other teams as big favorites, and they're hoping to get the upset themselves. So tons of interesting dynamics that we have here tonight, and that will carry on over into tomorrow, where we play the other 6 games at this stage.
Yeah, look, Koval, I think we've touched on this for plenty of times throughout the recent qualifier broadcast, but I love an underdog story. I'm the first one to say it. I love an underdog story, even if that means some of these absolute favorites and big names maybe potentially not making it to Riyadh in the later stages of this year. But then again, I think what also has come true time and time again, unfortunately, to some degree, it's just that the favorites running away with it. And we've seen it in Asia and Oceania now. All the top favorites kind of separating themselves from the rest of the leaderboard. We've seen it in Europe now as well, the incredibly experienced teams as well. And we didn't only have 4 or 5 of them. We had 6, 7, 8, 9 teams that had experience at the very top level, and ultimately still had 4 or 5 favorites still separating themselves from the rest of the group. And so if we get on over to predictions, I want to get your opinion on this. I think, yes, we have plenty of teams that have players in there. For example, I don't think we've touched on this. Inactive now, coming in from the Dominican Republic. He's literally just played in the PMSL as well. Titan Gaming, that also had a roster in the EU region for some time. But the NA region roster is just as strong, almost. And they're a pretty good showing as well. But he's in that mixed with players that don't necessarily have the same amount of experience. And I think that's going to make a difference as opposed to some of these favorites that are also, on top of them being favorites in their individual right, coming in with a full format. And we got to talk about Brazil as we head on over to predictions. It's just 2 spots, Koval. And I want to get down to it before we get into this first game. The 2 teams that you see fighting up front, who are they? Straight up.
I think for me, it's 3 teams that are fighting for these 2 spots just on paper. I think it might easily be different in practice, but I'm looking at Brazil, I'm looking at Chile, I'm looking at Colombia. And those are the rosters that I think have the most experience. Like you said, they have the most potential, but you never know what's going to happen in practice, and I hope we see a bit of an upset, especially on day 1. You know, we're playing 12 games. There's a lot of chances for a better team to separate themselves from the pack, but there's also a good chance for a team to just run away with it today and then have a really good position coming into tomorrow. If we had 3 or 4 slots, I'd be way more open to say anyone can make it. With a top 2 only, I think it's going to be really tricky. And we've seen this in other tournaments. We've seen this in smaller tournaments or in regional tournaments. One player with a massive amount of experience can very often not carry the team all the way. But we've watched the EMEA qualifier, the Europe qualifier recently, and I feel like Bulgaria, Iesf literally did just that. And you see it very, very seldomly. You don't see it often at all, that a single player is able to have this kind of impact. But he did it, and he did it in a top 5. Doing it to a top 2 when you have big hitters like Brazil in the lobby, I'm not sure if it's going to be possible, but I would love to see it. I would absolutely love to see somebody pop off that we don't have on our cards at all.
Yeah, I mean, I can only agree. I said it before. I'm the first one to hope for an underdog story. In this one, yes, there's a few underdogs, as I've said, mixed teams coming in that maybe have 1 or 2 players that, as you said as well, to kind of bring that comparison to the EMEA region, that maybe potentially can make something happen. But then again, it was icy in the EMEA region, and I think Iesf has been known internationally as one of the most strongest, maybe even the strongest fragger to some degree. At some point, I feel like he was the strongest fragger in the EMEA region. So, I mean, he played for Nico Galaxy in that all-star roster at some point. And that goes to show you, I mean, if they can literally pick the strongest players from all the Russian, I mean, he played with Koops, for example, who's the strongest fragger at some point in the region. So, just to give you guys perspective of how strong Iesf really is.
Yeah.
But in this one, yes, we have some players competing obviously in PMSL and all that stuff, but nothing to the level of Iesf. And that, in my opinion, makes it a little bit less likely that we're going to see that kind of a performance, especially as Brazil, in my opinion, is going to run away with this one. Just too strong. That lineup itself, just too damn strong. And Chile as well. So many experienced players. Yes, it's a mix, but every single one of these guys has played at the top level at some point. I mean, even Miller, when I talked about this, he just left the Brazilian roster. That's going to give him a very interesting advantage as well, knowing how these guys are going to play. Just 2 months ago, he was in the midst of that team. He knows how they approach early games. He knows also maybe potentially how they approach this type of qualifier, because we haven't talked about this yet. 11 teams, Kobo. That's going to change things.
Yeah, that's going to change things, and top 2 is going to change things. This is not we can get top 8 and go into finals, or we can get a top 6 and go into finals, as you might have in some of the more regular tournaments. This is a top 2. This is a go big or go home. I've talked about this plenty recently, where it's like you have some lobbies sometimes where you maybe have 24 teams, 16 of them go to the finals. You only have to beat 8 teams in a 24-team lobby. That's not that hard. Now you have to beat 9 teams in an 11-team lobby. That's extremely hard. You have to be way better than the rest of the lobby. And like we said, a lot of people are going to fall short here. Even if I'm putting up 3 favorites on the board, one of them is 100% going to fall short, right? So it's going to be super interesting to see how that plays out. There's one more thing that I kind of want to throw in the mix as we're hyping up Brazil. Being such a clear favorite isn't always a really good thing, right? That can be a bit of a thing to trip over, and maybe the mentality isn't quite there. They're just, okay, we're qualifying anyways. I wouldn't be super surprised to not see them at the top today, maybe as a second, maybe as a third, but usually when it gets more serious tomorrow, when everybody has their last few chances, then we usually see the favorites come back a little bit, because they do perform under pressure a little bit better, and they are ready to shine when it matters. So if we don't see Brazil in the top 2 today, I wouldn't be crazy surprised. If we don't see them in the top 2 tomorrow, I will be.
Ladies and gentlemen, whether or not we will see them in the top 2, and I can only agree with this, by the way. That's what we're going to figure out. I'll take a very short break, and we'll be right back for game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back of this very short break. We will be heading into match 1 very, very shortly. Final prediction, Scoble. I know you said 3 teams. You didn't give me a definite answer on these 2 teams that I think, or you think, will qualify towards the Iesf World Esports Championship. So before the first game, give me 2 names.
I would love to say Argentina right now. Okay, I'm extremely biased in this one, but I think my rational brain has to go with Brazil and Chile here. But I think it's pretty close for second. I think just on paper, Brazil is running away with it. We have no idea if that's going to actually materialize, but second place is going to be super contested, and maybe that's a story we see tomorrow. Maybe we see a lot of teams going into the fight for the first few placements. Maybe we see a battle for second, who knows? But my prediction, Brazil and Chile, I don't know if you would agree.
I most definitely will. Unfortunately, I don't think this region is as close as what we've seen coming out of the Asia and Oceania region, also the EMEA region. I think in this one, we just have 2 strings that just, if you look at the rosters themselves, they just pop out too heavily in order to not be picked as the clear favorites here. And then again, you said you said it yourself, it's not always an advantage going into it the way these 2 teams are going into it, especially since we only have 12 games and 11 teams. That's going to change your kind of style of play either way, because playing in a 20 or 11 team lobby, no matter how you put it, it's still going to require a very different game strategically than what you might see in a normal 16 team lobby environment. And in this one, I might even argue this is to some degree a advantage to some of these frag heavier teams, quite in contrast to what we've seen in the Europe qualifier with these 20 teams, because 11 teams means more potential for isolated fights. Yeah, and that, in theory, should favor some of these teams that might be stronger in fighting. And that is also the reason why I have to pick Brazil and maybe to some degree the Dominican Republic as well as the teams coming out up front. But we've been I kind of want to say duped before, because some teams that might look strong on paper just haven't performed on the qualifier. We were talking about Moldova, we were talking about, to some degree, Germany as well, while we're at it, and the EMEA region just not pulling on through. So at this point, it's able to happen to anyone. Yeah,
for sure. And I think you make up a good point there. I think an 11-team lobby is different, but it's different in a very different way than the 20-team lobby or 21-team lobby we recently watched, right? And I think in a way this might be easier to maneuver, because in a 21-team lobby, try to jump into a 21-team Sanhok and try to understand where to rotate and what should be free and what could be free in front of you. It's basically impossible. And then you say, well, we don't know where anybody is. We're going to try to go for fights, but there's 5 teams in your area looking to third-party you. This is going to be very different here. And today is going to be way more about picking the right fight and executing it well, but you don't have to be as hasty, you don't have to be as crazy about it. We're not going to get punished as quickly and as hard. But you got to be greedy. You got to be greedy in an 11-team lobby. You got to take a lot of space, and you got to try and defend a lot of space. The first match is on the way, though, Felix. We have a plane going past Sanhok. We have players jumping out of the air. We'll see if there's a hot drop soon, but the action has kicked off.
It has kicked off indeed. It's a fairly fair plane path. If there ever are any unfair plane paths in Sanhok, once again, this definitely isn't it. Then again, as we've said, it is Sanhok, it is 11 teams. You should be able to find a spot anywhere you want. We've talked about this as well in one of the groups in the Asia and Oceania qualifier, that if you have 11 teams, Sanhok kind of becomes way more competitive than what it usually is, right? With more space all around the edges, with Sanhok just being kind of predetermined to kind of be played on foot, usually due to the amount of teams. That kind of becomes obsolete to some degree, right? And these teams will be able to play around with all the potential playing advantages you normally have on some of these big maps as well, like car rotations. And we've seen some experienced teams dominate in the Asia region, especially because of their car rotations. So I don't want to see this being adapted here as well. And it's going to be interesting to see who's going to do it as the first team. Obviously, the big favorites in the center of the map, they will be finding themselves in boot camp, and they will do so uncontested.
Uncontested in boot camp, but a slight contest towards that Sanmi area, towards the southwest. We had Guatemala and the Dominican Republic, if I've seen that correctly, facing off in a bit of a hot drop. As it's a very split one. It's a very split one. If you've seen where some of the Dominican Republic players are, they are very spread across this Sanhok map, very spread across this southern side, and that's a big disadvantage when you have players landing so close. Emperador, he's got to be extremely careful because Guatemala has a pretty solid idea of where he is. And if they've seen the parachutes, he will also have a pretty good idea that there's not a lot of players here. It should be a solo. He's got one teammate close by, but that's all she wrote for Emperor. So he's got to be careful. They don't want to give him isolated 1v1s, but they are going to run him down. And as I say that, they did give him a 1v1, and he's won that one cleanly. Level 3 helmet as well, Felix.
Yes, Emperador, he's got quite the good opportunity now in terms of potentially making some more moves as a solo, but this is already disastrous for them. No matter how this goes, Guatemala loses a player and a 4v1. That is not supposed to happen. This should have been a good start for Guatemala. It still is to some degree, but we got to retract some of it. Losing a player like that is not how you want to start this first game, especially not if it's a best of 12. You want to have all matches available to be played as 4.
Yeah.
And even though, once again, this player has now been flushed out, you will do so at a very high cost. This isn't beneficial to anyone at this point. Definitely not the Dominican Republic either. They'll be in the same boat, one frag. But one player down is going to reduce their chances of having the maximum amount of points in all these 12 games played.
It's something that you can't stress enough, and I feel like you have to talk about this a little bit because it's easy to say, well, they've just lost a fourth of their team, but just think about how much work a single player does in a whole game, how much information a player gathers, how much pressure a player can put on other teams, how much utility a player can cover, how many damage utils, how much damage he can do himself. There is so much a player does in the span of these 15, 20 minutes that conclude with a really important fight for maybe even the win. Losing a player so early is a crazy amount of value lost in a team. And yes, you're still keeping 3 out of 4 up, but that player just really compounds throughout the time of the game. And losing a player so early is a big problem. And if you continue to do so, if that becomes a thing that happens to you a lot, you're really just going to find yourself towards the bottom of the scoreboard because there is no way you perform in a PUBG lobby when you're consistently a member down.
Couldn't agree more. It's going to be tough to perform like that, as you said. And it's also kind of tough to look back at these games then and kind of find something that you could have potentially done better. I think from that point onwards, with the fact that you're only 3 players, it's very hard to analyze your games and be talking about it afterwards. Hey, what could we have done better in terms of rotations and options? Because your options, essentially are limited from that point onwards, and they're incredibly limited, actually. You're never able to potentially take a fight that, is an isolated fight of that, because even if it's a 3-on-3, you'll be way more prone to third-party fights and just generally, playmaking ability in terms of angles that you can cover towards the opposing team. That's all of that is going to be limited. So goes to show you how important it is that you need to play as a full 4-man. And I mean, you're kind of practicing as a full 4-man as well.
Yeah,
I've never seen a team practice as a 3-man. That's just never what happens because if you have lost a play already, that's your first mistake.
Yeah.
Right. So from that point onwards, it kind of becomes irrelevant to some degree on how you practice early game as a 3-man. But either way, not the only team that has lost a player. It is indeed the United States losing 2 players in the early game as well. There must be against Chile.
Yeah, it was.
Now position themselves towards the southern side as well. A pretty big split. Same goes for Panama. They're securing that entire south side hill. A lot of area being covered, but pretty good position in terms of gathering information.
Really big discrepancy in playstyles here. Brazil, hiding out in a compound, just playing it safe, playing behind corners, scouting out every now and then, but you saw Info or Flaw here, basically just sitting behind a corner, just using the camera to look outside, and then other teams spreading themselves wide and thin on a hillside, trying to get all the information possible. So different approaches for multiple teams here, and the USA really getting the short end of the stick there. Chile taking a quick 2 with, I think it was Panama further on the hillside, looking to third party, but realizing this is not a fight. This is just 2 players dying very quickly. No chance for us to engage. As a little bit further on south, Rima is trying to get some information for his squad as he's prodding on out. Very, very chill time, those 2 here. Jerry and Rima, they're hanging out, they're getting some information, and they're having a very quiet phase 1, Felix.
really quiet phase 1. And you can kind of see in terms of strategy what we've been talking about, right? So much space for all of these teams. That's very unusual for Sanhok. You would see way more clashes on rotation on all the edges and way more vehicles being used as well. And that makes it more competitive. This map has always been the one that was hated the most by all the players. And just based off of the fact that sometimes you just have no control over, you know, how well you position yourself inside a circle. There's always going to be this massive advantage for teams in the center of it, because it's just so tough to breach you. If you do have a good spot inside a circle, it's so tough to make a move on you without being third-partied, or even getting there, because there's no rotation pass, right? If you can't use vehicles, how do you even get to centralized positions? You'll have to fight your way through 3 or 4 teams, and due to the fact that the sightlines are so close in distance, so short in distance, there's no way to get rotations with vehicles in there either. So essentially it means that you're going to be at a heavy advantage if you do have a centralized circle on top of you. And that also focuses teams that are looting centralized positions in the first place. But this time around, 11 teams, I said it, making things way more fair. And for all these teams, there is going to be enough rotation pathings available to get yourself in. And I think this right here is a perfect example of this, rotating around Chile at the top of the hill.
Yeah, and it opens up more opportunities for sure. It makes up for more different plays. Now, Dominican Republic, they try to be a little bit cheeky here. They were hiding in that compound. They were proning behind doors, and they almost catch out a player on rotation, but they end up getting away. And they end up getting away because, like you said, there's a little bit more space on the map. There's a little bit less chance to trip on a snake. I'm saying that. Do you say... They've got a player here, and he's about to get walked up on. He must know that a lot of them are gone as well. I don't know if he wants to pull the trigger here. That's some crazy trigger discipline. Has a few of the members leaving in cars, but he wants to play his life over playing the single kill. Maybe they want 2 entries here. Maybe they want a bigger opening. Because maybe if his teammate gets the first knock, then maybe Muitawa can do a lot more from an unknown position here. United
States in a troubled position there. They're not so sure if they want to engage this, as you've said. I think they're kind of waiting on this first pick from Mustafa, which is a smart decision. Suriname, they have absolutely no idea. This might be a perfect trap coming out from the United States. They just have to be careful of getting spotted. And maybe Piddles has now got an idea, but apparently he doesn't. He stands back up. I was worried there for a second for the United States that he's been spotted, but they have no idea. He's in a perfect rich line to potentially grab 1, maybe 2 frags. And if they activate together at the same time, this might be an unthinkable trap for Suriname. And look, I can't even blame them at this point. This is horrible. You would never expect someone to be that close around you.
I mean, look at Piddles as well. He's looking around. He's trying to use his camera. He's trying to be careful. They have no idea of what's actually going on. And right now, at this point, there's a good chance that the USA actually come out on top of this scuffle. When it happens, Blue Zone is now coming in, so they will have to move, and they might run into the open arms of these snakes. Guatemala on the other side find a quick knock towards Argentina on the hill, but this should be a fairly doable res, especially with the smoke coming out. A few more shots over the hill as we are heading into phase 2 in just another few seconds here. Res comes through. Full reset coming out. And there's the snakes stepping up. It's the first knock, but he doesn't get the second. Pinda Boy is still up and running. Do they know about the second snake, though? I don't think they do. And that's exactly what they were doing, Felix. That's exactly the setup they tried to pull off. And it works perfectly.
What a play coming out from the United States. That trap has sprung to absolute perfection. They waited for the first place to rotate off, and then they activated. And how they did it, once again, perfectly played. The timing was on point. And Mustafa and obviously Kid. I guess that might be Pika. No, Pika's in there as well. Who is him? I can't. It must be Bad Boy, right? I think it's Bad Boy in his lineup, even though his name doesn't suggest that. Making that one timing-wise an absolute perfect play. They will salvage as much as they can. I feel like already with this one, because losing 2 players in the early game with Sanhok normally means you'll just literally just be gatekept wherever you go. Having third-party potential as a 2-man, yes, it might be harder than other maps, but especially with 11 teams only, that kind of negates it again. So good stuff coming out from the United States. We have the next fight coming in. Mystic not only takes one, takes down 2 players, and it's Argentina, your personal favorite, with the big buyers, is making more moves against Chile as the DBS in hand isn't enough. S12k in hand is not going to be enough either, as the trade will come through, but it is going to be another flash coming in from obviously the representatives of Brazil. I'm not sure who it was right there, but they have secured it, and that means Mystic now has to wait to potentially pick up another player, as there's only one more available.
He wants to get that res. Now the nades are already coming in. He knows there's players on his doorstep, right? He has a pretty good idea that somebody around here wants this. Brazil, they were looking to third-party this. Now they realize, okay, we don't have a ton of information on this compound. We don't exactly know where they're playing. We know they could be 2 alive, and they're going to play it safe, especially because the zone shift has just come in. They have no risk that they need to take here, Brazil. Orange team in the middle, if you haven't figured it out yet, is between Ruins and Painan. They're possibly the best spot in the circle. They're not going to run out for a kill or 2. So they are playing this safe here. They're playing this chill, and they're hoping to dominate the late game so they don't have to get all the kills now. Just very different approach to a lot of these teams on the edges who might have lost a player or 2 already, who really just want to salvage, like you said, right? Salvage every single kill point they get, backstab a team, maybe even get themselves into placements just by killing a team. Meanwhile, some of the favorites sitting pretty in the middle.
Good stuff as the next circle is about to come in. As we also might have another fight on the edge, potentially. Uruguay is looking towards Colombia. They're opening up the angles. Excuse me, that is Ecuador, obviously. And the first knock must have happened already, as Darian is on the race against Daggers. A couple of pop shots being put out, making sure that the rest of the players from Uruguay in the distance know that he's not only been revived, but he's ready to pop some shots as well. Now the rotate comes on through, and it shouldn't really matter too much. They're falling back for the time being. They've secured that northwestern side of things. So the rotation path straight into the next phase is relatively easily done. They don't need to engage this, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, nice little bit of presence showing there, right? Like you said, he's not just showing his presence, he's showing them, okay, the res has come through. And that's a big piece of information. Makes sure they don't even come over that ridgeline and leaves both of these teams a little bit more time to pursue the rest of their game. Guatemala coming in from the blue zone. They have an Argentinian duo right in front of them that they have to be very careful about. But I think they should be able to sweep around that. No, instantly caught. As I said, that caster curse in full effect. Fishy pan out of it. And it was looking like they knew. It was looking like they had an idea because of all the smokes coming out. But they were still caught off guard by the angles that the Argentinian players were holding. So tough times now for Guatemala. Down to a 2 versus 2 essentially on that western side.
More frags coming in the next phase, that's for sure. But up until now, it's been relatively passive, as we've expected from the first phases on Sanhok. Guatemala making their way in. We've seen these guys get into skirmishes towards the south and eastern side as well. This round they made their way towards the western side. As I say that, it is going to be another frag being taken away from them. Argentina, similar colors but different country. Mystic finds Tony as he tried to rotate on in. Just leaves one player for Guatemala left standing. He is inside the phase 1 though. We are approaching placement points. And with them already having 1 kill point being secured, at least it's not a 0-point round. It has been a tough, difficult rotation, so that is quite important for this very first round of the day.
Meanwhile, we see a bit of a slaughter going on in the kill feed. That is Colombia in the Painan area, picking up a nice crash towards them. They're able to clean up, but nicely played by those Argentinian players there, biding their time, taking it slow, just holding down cross angles. Look at that nade. What is that? 1 HP on inactive. We've talked about them a little bit in the pre-show. We said this was a name to be looking out for, but they're just left to his own devices and barely any HP to work with. Another nade following up, not bouncing just as well. But the Blues on their back. They don't have a whole lot of time here. And they have to get this res fast, because we can see. They don't know it yet, but there's so many teams around that are looking to close out this edge, right? Argentina has been starting to look over. We've also seen Hisoka make his way out of Painan to try and look over this hillside, see what he can grab. And then obviously, Melo from Suriname is still on top. DBS as well if they get close to his shack. Not an easy spot to be in here.
We'll have Suriname right in front of them. Might be a good pick to just clean him out, but I'm not sure if they know about him. More shots from the distance, and maybe Mello has got an opportunity now to do something huge. He takes down an active. I've talked about this, one of the stronger fraggers in this lobby as well, and he peeks around. Mello, what a performance. Unfortunately, the nade hits just perfect, and Puppy's out will trade things out. There was nothing to dodge there. He even tried to make it outside of the shack, but the nade, my goodness, right on the doorstep. Would have taken him down inside and outside. What a nade coming out from Puppy's out to at least salvage one more point, and a second point as well, due to the fact that they obviously survived up until the placement points. Good stuff, as the first 5 teams have now been already eliminated. Phase 5 is approaching, and the favorites are all left standing.
Brazil up with 4, Colombia up with 4, and then obviously Argentina, 7 elims, 6 of that on one player. They've been salvaging the heck out of this game. They've really been doing an amazing job at not only staying in this, but continuing to crack points on the board. Now, though, there's a big crash coming out, and there's a lot of util coming their way already. They might just all blow to pieces here on the entry, not even getting on inside. Daggers finds one, knocked and flushed instantly. Looking for a second as well, and they're looking to close that door before it even opens. Really nice util onto the cards, onto the players outside. Makes this one so manageable for Ecuador.
Definitely. That compound is to some degree really tough to hold, but if you have support from the distance, and you can see Brazil is chiming in against Uruguay, then it's definitely possible. So about that third-party potential. As Navy still looking around, she's got players on that eastern hillside too, and Ecuador continues to defend this. Colombia, though, on the other side of the map, finds a frag on their own as well. They will secure the first kill point as well.
Best frag to be coming out. Uruguay struggling a little bit with the util here, but maybe just one opening is all that they need. That's a pretty solid molly. That's a good nade to follow up, and that's a player down in the building. Just Adis left on the close range. Darian from the far, but now the support's there. They realize it's needed, and they push back to help out. Nice team play. Clean stuff from Ecuador there. Really making sure that they close this out. They lose one player in the process, so clean is maybe an overstatement, but at least they stay in this, and they stay in this top 4 as well.
Massive stuff coming in as the defense. And the one team that has really just kept themselves out of any direct fights has been Brazil. Not letting anyone get too close. They know. I think they know about Navy Molina. You can tell these guys want to play it as safe as it gets. They really want to secure this round. That's all they need. Just the first chicken dinner. They're not going for any overcommitments. They're not going for any kill points unnecessarily. That goes to show you that strategy might change in a best of 12, especially with 11 teams. Which in turn also means if you pick up a round, there's obviously less points for you to secure outside of it. That means that you will be further ahead than what you normally are if there's more players to be eliminated, obviously. And a round win normally always comes with at least some amount of frags. So winning rounds, getting the chicken dinner might be even more important in a lobby like this. And Brazil has now got 4 players right in front of them. I said this, they haven't been forced into any fights up until this point, but I think this might be it. I don't think they can coexist right here.
This is tough, but if you're looking at the map as well, so many players on this eastern side, right? Like you're saying, they might not be able to coexist depending on the shift, but we only have 13 players alive, and 8 of them are staring at each other just on this eastern side. If this fight doesn't go cleanly, if this fight gets messy, if this fight has a few trades in, we might just see Ecuador coming out of the compound winning it, or maybe even the Argentinian duo picking up some really good third parties. So this is a bit of a challenge for these teams to disengage. Achilles is getting in the car, but Indigo springs. Diego springs the trap, finds one, finds 2, hits the prone, and just like that, the team is dismantled. They have a good off angle on the side, but Molina is just getting the nades out. And even if that's a good nade, even if he finds one knock here, he's lost his whole team, and Brazil step up big. Yes, it's a bit messy, but I think this should easily be enough to get the reses here. Just get one player to the rocket, a few smokes out, and they're looking to win this game.
Yes, they are, but still, that was more messy than I expected it to be. And they've been very fortunate. The rest of the lobby has been fighting as well. No one was really able to third-party that afterwards. Especially since they only had 2 men inside the compound as well. More fights now running on through. Lorenzen takes one against Ecuador. That's important. And Argentina, that's the same on their edge. as they are fighting against the remaining players from Ecuador. Dallas down on the tree side. That's a nade from Navy. Pops perfectly, but pops just in front of the tree. Dallas somehow staying alive as he makes his way up towards the players. As 12k in hand, it's been so strong in some of these qualifications, but not enough to really make a dent in that defense from Argentina. And that means they're going to stay alive at least for a little bit longer, but Lil Boy's already there in the distance, trying to party that western side. Law with one, and I think Law with the second one as well. Oh my, wow. How fast was that? That went so incredibly fast. I don't even know who got the remaining frags there, but I think it was all Brazil picking themselves up a massive, massive chicken dinner with at least 15, 16 points.
That was crazy clean. That was crazy clean. We said this fight could maybe go messy, but it didn't at all. They were set up for it. They knew exactly what to do. Diego as well, right? Hits the prone just in time to make this really, really hard for the opposing team, and then they just clean it up. Even then, you see Argentina coming down from the hillside. They don't know it yet, but Lil Boy has such a good off angle. They have no chance of making it down ever. If he stays alive there, it's zero chance for Argentina to do anything in this game. So crazy stuff coming out of Brazil. I think a crazy salvage from the Argentinian duo as well. You have to give them credit for that. But that looked very slow and methodical for Brazil, but it looked like clinical, super clean.
And let's be honest, I think it kind of was what we expected. We said that these favorites, they will be running away with it. And up until the very point they had to fight and they had to make a move before the circle actually moved, they didn't get into any unnecessary fights, and that just goes to show you, these guys really went for the chicken dinner. They could have gone more aggressively early, and it probably would have worked as well with the amount of individual skill they have, but they don't want to. They want to play this clean, they want to play disciplined, methodical, and if they continue like this, man, I think there's going to be way more chicken dinners to follow, because, as we said as well, they were never in a position to get that partied at any point. They could have, even if they would have taken fights, done so isolated all the way until the very end of the game. And that's where these guys, if you are experienced, if you are played in team, I think that's where you really shine. So Brazil, not unexpectedly taking that first game without losing a single player.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just a big problem for other teams in this lobby, right? Like, if they keep playing like this, because not only are they super strong, they're also just really hard to sort of find on the map. They weren't running out and taking fights. It wasn't easy to understand where Brazil was at any point. So you can just walk into them and suddenly you're just getting absolutely waltzed by an absolute death ball like we just saw, right? They had a 4-man right in front of them and they dismantled them in seconds, like 3 knocks in super quick succession. So gonna be a tricky thing for the rest of the lobby to handle. USA here, I love the play. I love the trigger discipline. I think they well executed that. And got themselves 2 very, very neat kill points in a round that could have been a big deal.
Yeah, as you said, I think it also comes down to salvaging as much as you can, especially if you have so many big favorites in there that don't necessarily have as many problems in the other games as some of these other teams, especially if you do face them. I think some of these lesser experienced teams, to no benefit of the other contenders, will probably think twice about actually challenging them if they lose the first fight. Right, because the chances of them just wiping them clean, especially if they play it down from the beginning of it, that's just so damn slow. And this, I really like what Brazil did here as well. They realized there's a team right on the other side, and if we fight this after the zone closes and we're forced to move, we're not only fighting against the blue zone and are potentially, you know, having to run into a third-party fight from distance as well. So they take initiative, they fight this before the zone moves, they fight this even though they're not necessarily forced into this, but because they want to regain control of the round. And look at this. Yes, it's been a bit messy. I think there were more knocks than there potentially needed to be, but they win it cleanly, and that's how you clean your edge and prepare yourself for the next fights. And I've always spoken about this. I'm so often talking about control, grabbing control of round. They really did with this fight.
Yeah, and there was one interesting thing in there as well, which I didn't think the reposition with the car was necessarily the problem for Colombia, but they were waiting for a second player to get into that car, but Brazil already knew. Okay, there's already a car driving around here. Like, maybe this is our time to get some shots off. They were already looking over the hill. They were already waiting for the opportunity. So if they maybe give them a little bit less time, if they maybe wait for the second player to be ready to start that vehicle, maybe there's a chance they actually make it out of there. But they probably would have still lost 1 or 2 players with how aggressive and how explosive Brazil handled that. So really, really well played by the South American squad there. Sanhok, not going to see a crazy amount of utility usage, and that is pretty much what we got here. 47 smokes and nades, even though it feels like we caught most of them. We've seen a lot of util this game, but this is a Sanhok. It's not as strategical. It's a bit more of a brawl in some sense.
Yeah, I think a brawl in this one, especially with 11 teams, was kind of the perfect summary of it. Argentina, actually, with the most elims. Mystic picking up 7. That's a surprise to me, but then again, Brazil has been rather quiet, and Argentina has made sure to hold that shack, that little 2-building shack or compound, if we might call it, on the northwestern side of things for almost the entirety of the game, and they kind of fought around that for so very long. And Mystic, we must at this point him out as one of the more important fraggers for Argentina. Has been able to really win all of these duels with his S12K, and I think M4 in hand. Ties damage on him as well. 1.2k. This is going to give you confidence for the remaining games. If you start off with 7 frags in a qualifier like this for your country, representing your nation, you want to get right back into it.
Yeah, it's big. It's big for the mental, it's big for the scoreboard as well, but it's really big for the mindset on the team. Instead of actually going out early and having to sit around, do nothing for the rest of the game, they get to watch their teammates frag out, they get to cheer them on a little bit, and they end up with 15 points in the second place here. So yes, Brazil win the game. Hard to lose when you're playing that cleanly, but same amount of elims for Argentina, just 4 less placement points, and then Ecuador with a 3 elim third place as it slowly trickles on down the scoreboard. So a lot of the favorites we're seeing here, Argentina, Colombia, Brazil towards the top, and then maybe Chile, the one that we said might be up there, but keep in mind, this is one Sanhok, right? So don't put too much thoughts into it, but I was super impressed by how clean and methodical that was from Brazil.
But this is also a perfect representation of why we said that 11 teams are going to be different. These top performers are way more likely to run away with the teams that are consistent. Because look at the difference between middle of the scoreboard and the very top performers.
Yeah.
Usually you would have more teams in the middle grabbing at least some amount of points, but due to the fact that majority of the points are being traded in the very last phase, it kind of favors the team that is going to run away with it because there's less elims to gain and more placement points as a result, right? This proportion of placement points to elims is way higher than what it usually is. So grabbing placement points, making it far, winning rounds, especially winning rounds with a difference to 10 to 6, just mathematically speaking, is going to favor teams that will be picking up rounds more consistently. And that's also why maybe that is a reason why upset teams that will be able to maybe get away with some wins. Maybe Circle is going to play a factor in this as well. We'll have to wait and see. So far, it really didn't. But that some teams that are able to close out games more consistently than others will be at an advantage. And maybe that's going to favor underdogs to some degree. But this time, surely didn't. 9 frags in both teams. I'm very surprised to see Argentina have almost the same amount of points as Brazil. Just based off of the fighting that we've seen. But yeah, 9 eliminations on both teams. Brazil obviously playing a little bit slower there with around 500 damage less. Good performance from both of them. And I'm excited to see if Argentina can keep this up.
Yeah, I mean, polar opposites in gameplay, right? When we look at how they played this, Brazil chilling, holding really good center positions, moving out to the hill early, but even there, taking their time on the hill, not getting too aggressive. Argentina losing to players early and then just trying to claw back everything they could. 4 elims on Franzen and 7 on Mystic is a bit of a different picture, but it doesn't really matter in the end. When you close out that game, you win that game. The placement points are what matters, and the points that you get as a team are what matters. And yeah, we'll keep fanboying if they keep playing like this. It's that simple, right? There's no bias going on there. That was really good Pubg from Brazil.
This is interesting also because I just looked at the scoreboard and I kind of talked about this just there, but I didn't really realize that it was that big of a difference actually. If you think about it, how we said about strategic, right? About strategic plays. How big of a difference that actually is in an 11-team lobby, with less kills being able to get secured and more placements being able to get secured. So that must change the strategy. And I think that's also why Brazil has played the way that we haven't really seen favorites usually playing this one. So they might be ahead of that curve. Either way, I think we're gonna take a more closer look at that in game 2. But yeah, it's gonna get. I think it's gonna get us thinking.
We're going to have to wait and see what they do on the other maps. Maybe this was just a way to dodge the craziness of Sanhok, but we have 5 more maps for you tonight. So don't go anywhere. We'll head to a short break, and when we come back, we'll have Erangel for you. So stay tuned. we're back for match number 2 in just a few seconds. That was a wild match 1, but not in the way we expected it to, Alex. I feel like we weren't ready for how calculated and how passive Brazil was going to play that, right?
Yeah, no, I touched on this after the last game. I kind of realized it while saying that maybe Brazil is ahead of the curve in terms of strategy, because we've seen favorites play in 11 teams lobby, just thinking back to the Asia and Oceania region, and that was different, right? These teams, quite in contrast to how Brazil played, tried to isolate teams early on. They tried to play off of their strength and also fear to some degree that these teams had. And this didn't lead to an upset. Quite the opposite, actually. They were able to qualify quite convincingly. But is it really the smartest play? Or is it just not mattering because they are just that strong of a team? I think the smartest play is that you actually do tend to take as many chicken dinners as you can, because, once more, kill points are less than in a normal lobby, less than in a 20-kill lobby, less than in a, 20-kill, 20-team lobby, less than in a 16-team lobby even, obviously due to the fact that only 10 of the teams are able to be killed in this one. And that also means that placement points in proportion are going to be higher. I touched on this just last game, and that means the more games you take, the higher probability of you qualifying there is.
Yeah.
So maybe Brazil, as I said, is ahead of the curve.
Maybe this was a map-specific thing. Maybe this was a match 1 thing. We'll have to wait and see what they pull up in the other 5 today, especially. We'll have to wait and see what it translates into. But it's definitely an interesting strat, because we talk about it a lot. We try to think about it a lot, right? And it changes massively when you have so few teams in the lobby. But it changes in a lot of different ways, because you can say, well, it's easier to isolate fights, right? Because there's less teams. But then you're also, everybody that wants to punish you for fighting early also has more space. They can also take more space around you. They can also make more plays around you. So it's like, it's really complex, and there's a lot of different dynamics going on. And we see in that game, Brazil, they just completely stay out of it. They don't take any risks. They play it super safe. They play really good compounds. They extend really well from their compound onto the hill early to make sure they have that access. So macro game is super clean, but it's not aggressive at all until they have to be. And then they are perfect. If they lose that fight and they go out with 3 elims and a 4th place, we say, oh, that's a bit of a fumble. Maybe they should have gone earlier. But if you close games out like that, there's nothing that can be said against you. And it's a lot more repeatable than a duo of Argentinian players getting themselves 9 elims, right? That's not something you will be able to pull off every single game. If Brazil is able to pull off this kind of macro game, then they will show us a whole lot more chicken dinners. But we don't have a whole lot more guesswork, at least for game 2. The plane's on the way. This one is a pretty far western one, but should be doable considering the amount of teams we have in the lobby. And we will be holding our breath to see what Brazil, what Argentina, and what all the other 9 teams are able to do in this one.
Yeah, as you said, I don't think these plane paths are going to matter. I think in all these 12 rounds, you can really blame it on that. Now the big difference, obviously, is it's not Sanhok anymore. So, these phases are bigger, right? These zones are going to be bigger. Also means even more potential for isolated fights early on. And yeah, as you said, I'm interested to see whether or not this is a one-off coming in from Brazil, because right then and there, from what we've just witnessed, if they continue playing like this, it really means they're going to go exclusively for chicken dinners, and maybe even might even dodge third-party opportunities if they arise, if that means there's any kind of risk whatsoever involved.
Yeah.
And taking home a game like this. And that's what I'm interested to see coming in from the big favorites. But also, we touched on this at the very first game. These favorites in these qualifications, especially the Iesf World Esports Championship regional qualifiers, they've always ran away with it. Yes, sometimes there's more favorites, sometimes there's less, but it's never been an underdog so far this year, at least. This year, I'm saying this year. So I'm not sure if that makes it more likely or less likely, right? Because yes, we haven't seen one. So that means at some point it's going to happen, but is it really going to happen in this region? I guess we're about to find out in this second game for starters. And Ecuador will find themselves in a city where that they're not alone at, and I'm not so sure I agree with this.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. It was pretty stacked towards the North Church area. It was pretty stacked around the apartment area as well. USA jumping around that Rozhok school apartment area contestedly. A bit of a dodgy one for some of these teams, but so far I think they've mainly separated and they've mainly stayed separate as well. So I'm not expecting hot drops, and I think that'd be a mistake. But we'll have to wait and see what the teams actually want to go for, especially when the leaderboard situation becomes a little bit more clear. Maybe if you're looking like you're easily qualifying, maybe there's a bit of room to claim your loot spot. But realistically, you're never going to be safely top 2 after day 1, not even after 6 games, maybe not even after 8. So I'm not sure if hot dropping is ever really an option. We've seen it in other lobbies, but it does not tend to go well when you consider how much time you're losing, how many resources you're losing, and even if you win and you're not losing players, you're just losing a whole lot more of the other stuff while every other team is already just postering up, making moves into the zone, and pretty much just leaving you behind.
Rest of the teams seem to be in a more secure spot for Phase 1. Colombia being one of them, having secured school and apartments. Not necessarily the spot I'd take in an 11-team lobby either. If you don't split it well enough, you're going to have problems finding enough car spawns, but it looks like they've taken the L compound towards the northeast as well. There's a buggy already rotating in. And the only real downside is that obviously Rozhok has been taken by a different team. Might be Ecuador, might be Colombia, something
USA.
To that degree. Oh, the USA, okay.
Yeah.
So that means a little bit less opportunities now to get hard spawns in. So you'll be at the mercy of potential car spawns, at least a tiny bit. If you really want to secure 4 cars, that is. But I think 3 cars and then grabbing one on the rotate with how few teams are all around you on these rotation paths is probably going to work out as well. It's not that big of a deal if you really only have 11 teams in this lobby. Guatemala is rotating in. Argentina is rotating in as well. Some of the first teams that have now made their way in, as we see Guatemala heading in from the western side across the cube compound. They'll try to find themselves a spot towards the northern side of Rozhok.
Interesting stuff. When you compare the first game to the second game, it's a lot more quiet. There's a lot less early confusions, early battles going on, even though some teams seem to be looking for it. Panama, for example, here. They're holding down one of the bridges, and they were looking to maybe catch a rotation, but Guatemala goes right past them on the cube bridge. Now, like you said, right, they're at the mercy of some car spawns, and they're also rotating in behind a team that might take potential car spawns away from them. So, not a great position to find yourself in. And yes, maybe you can get away with a few less cars, but 1 car for 4 players, a clown's car we call it, never a good idea, never a good time, never a good feeling when you're in it either. So
no,
they'll have to find something, and they'll have to find some way of improving their position, even if it's just a little bit.
And that's why I don't like this and don't agree with it. I said it at the very beginning when we've seen this contest happening. What do you do as a 4-man that is now rotating in a single car? I think they've just found a second one, yes. But I think that might be a bike too. Maybe they've got... Someone found 2 more cars, I think. But up until this point, right, how do you rotate? If you want to get to a different loot spot, which you could tell they really want to, they kind of need to stop at a single compound. Everyone kind of loots 1 building at most, right? With how big these compounds are, and then they all need to rotate off. And that takes forever to really find yourself some good loot. So that'll be at a massive disadvantage coming into Phase 2 and 3, depending on how good that loot is that they're going to find. But I think a disadvantage is a given at this point with how bad that early game, especially towards the north side of Georgia pool, has been. They couldn't have looted much. They couldn't have looted far either with how fast they rotated. So it's going to be a tough early game for them. Quite in contrast to Uruguay, who found themselves Novo. Might not be the center of the zone, not even close to it, but in Novo, as a full foreman, you'll find enough stuff for you and your teammates, and there's plenty of car spawns all around.
Yep. Not a whole lot of meds on Siete though. He has got first aid, no boosters. And the blue is already coming in. So he's either got to find something quick or he's got to try and dodge some of that blue zone damage as he'd already taken damage beforehand. Argentina down to 3 members in this one. As the only team to not have their full roster available. As we see the Dominican Republic checking out some of that Potato Hill area. Pretty centralized spot on the map. I'm not sure if Papi Sour is just cleaning his screen at that point, or if he's trying some new scouting strats. But they have gotten a reasonable spot in the zone. So have Guatemala. We've seen them rotating past the cube area earlier. They've now made their way all the way towards Volcano in the S compound. And they're looking to take some solid ground here in this phase 1.
Good stuff from United States. They need a good game now without the hassles of that early danger that they've been forced to face on Sanhok, Pika, Bad Boy, Mustaba, and Kid. Okay, so I was wrong about Bad Boy as well. Who is that 4th player? Mustaba, Bad Boy, Pika. It must be Chills, even though his name is not Chills. Maybe that's a sub coming in for the United States, because usually that 4th player should be Chills, but his name right now is Kid.
What a shift.
So the United States potentially having a sub in there. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
What a shift. That's a hard one.
Oh, what a shift. Oh, yeah.
Going all the way down to the lumber mill.
It is going to lumber. Dominican Republic being the first team to make their way there. They have a rotation, a full 4-man rotation from Colombia on their way still, as the United States is slowly but surely making their way inside of it as well. The good thing is, phase 2, yes, it's a bad shift for plenty of these teams. Does it really matter much, Kovo? I don't think so.
Well, usually it does. This one, nobody was in the circle, right? So none of the priority positions were taken. There's a lot of chances to still make your way on in. And not only are we playing 11 teams, we're also playing Erangel, right? Probably the map with the most rotation routes, with the most chances to make a good vehicle rotation. So this is one where you can do the most against hard shifts, I would say, out of the whole competitive map pool. But still, there's a few teams here that have a big head start, and we already see Chile setting up around the lumber mill area. Potro jumping around on the rocks, as the rest of the squad has set up a pretty wide perimeter around the lumber mill area, and now teams starting to settle on in right below them have to be a little careful. Achilles wants the wizard tower. If he gets caught, if he gets spotted out, this might be bad news bears for the Colombian squad.
There they go. They found themselves a home. Colombia with one of the strongest compounds towards the eastern side of things. If it does decide to shift west and on some of these endings towards the west of obviously the lumber mill area, the shelter area, then that is the strongest compound. And at the very moment, actually, is the most centralized position as well, at least in terms of hardcover. So a really good spot. In terms of winning probabilities, a really good spot for Colombia right now. We've seen the circle end time and time again towards the western side of Lumber Mill, all around that street section. And yes, you can breach it, but realistically, a good team is not going to let that happen. So getting into any of these spots, maybe even farm later on, is going to be really, really difficult. I'm interested to see when Brazil is going to be able to group up. I think they should be able to do so yet, but they're not quite deciding to do so yet.
Yeah.
And that is interesting because that western side of farm, I'm not sure how valuable that is.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was just staring at the map, waiting for these vehicle icons to start moving, to start grouping up, but they weren't deciding to do so yet. And I'll have to wait and see how long they delay that decision, because the farm rotation is pretty solid and it's a pretty good spot to be playing out from. So could be a possibility. Argentina, they lost a member earlier, but they've now picked up an airdrop at least to make up for some of that, as they are coming in on the far western side of the shift. They had the USA in front of them moving away, so they have to sort of keep track of that. They have to keep track of that rotation. You could see it there for a very short second. Little Boy, the only Brazilian player that's not in a vehicle right now, so they are ready to make moves. What moves those will be, we'll have to wait and see. And this is big. This is big for Chile. They now see that this compound is being evacuated, and they're taking a few shots here. But even if they don't get the kill, they get all the information that this has just transpired. And with phase 3 shifting on to the north, this is still a bit of an interesting information piece for them. It's going to tell them a little bit about how many teams are playing in front of them down towards that northern hillside.
What a circle shift. Goes east again. Suriname now in the most centralized position. That's how fast things can change in Brazil. This time around, playing it a little bit slower. They have grouped up. We've talked about it. We're kind of surprised to see Brazil not grouping up the way that we thought they're gonna towards the southern side of farm. It's a good entry if it does decide to shift west this time around. A little bit more trouble as they rotate in towards the compound just north of Shelter. Hall of Fame, though, right on the other street, is taken as well. That's gonna hinder their access towards the eastern side significantly. Which is why I think they're going to spread out towards Shelter area sooner or later as well. Because if you want to rotate out and someone's in Shelter and Hall of Fame, there's almost no way anyone is going to let that happen. You cannot. You don't really have a hard time of exiting their compound. So, expecting to see Brazil spreading out a little bit further towards the western side.
Yeah, it's an interesting entry. They also kind of missed the timing a little bit to actually see teams move in ahead of them and maybe backfill some of that compound. The compound we talked about earlier, right side of the road, pretty good hill access, pretty solid starting position. But they don't get that information because they were a little bit slow and they were a little bit far away from that farm player, right? So taking it very, very slow, taking it very safe. We'll have to wait and see if that pays off. Chile, they're holding a lot of that lumber mill area, but they have given up the yellow houses to the east. Now, Siete is pulled up close, instantly catches an 50 damage. But Elite might not be sticking around to see the reaction here. He wants to be careful about this as well. He doesn't want to take any unknown risks. But Siete is caught out in the open by the AR. And if they can get a few of more shots in, they might get the flush as well. I think they have. And Siete being down means they know it's a 3-man next to them, Felix. And they might just go in on this.
They might just go in on this indeed. As Chile is continuously holding towards Uruguay. And you can see all of them are trying to rotate closer together, but that finishing move has not happened just yet. It is Yeti that has been taken down, though, so he's not going to be able to get taken back. As now the Chile players are really closing down on the distance to Uruguay. First nade is coming on through. He might just be taken down by the vehicle. That is disastrous right now for Uruguay. But continuously trying to defend this. One more nade is coming out, and Chile's just toying with them, playing with the vehicle, surrounding them one by one. As there has been a trade that has just happened. Navy actually takes down 2 players, I think almost the second one actually. I might be mistaken there. Pubg somehow survives, but Eureka is trying to close this, and he does, but not before 2 of his teammates will be taken down. But that's the beauty of it. 11 teams only in this lobby, first team to be eliminated. Look who's around this. Almost no one. They will be safely able to get all of these players back.
That was a crazy fight. That was a crazy risk to take as well. If you're Chile, yes, they have to move to the circle. Yes, they have an opening, but they went absolutely just to the wall with this, not holding back at all. And it almost cost them, right? 1 flush there would have been big against them. 2 would have been crazy, and maybe even a third party coming out from a Colombian squad could have just absolutely ruined their game. But Colombia focusing more on the circle position than on that fight, than on that third party opportunity, and they're not even holding down their edge. So this is an interesting decision when you look at the map here for the Colombian squad. They're not pushing up to the edge to try and hold it. They're pushing more to the center to try and play there and maybe dodge some of these early fights. So that helps out Chile in the short term, but it might still be a good decision for Colombia either way when you're looking at the bigger picture.
Long distance shots towards Brazil. Well, we said they're going to try and stretch out towards that western side. That's what they're doing right now. Especially towards the northwestern side of things. Alex trying to hold them back. That's almost a knock against. Might have been Little Boy there in the distance. No, it's Diego actually. And that's some really important bits of damage as well. It's going to keep Brazil at distance, at least for the time being. It's not permanent, obviously, but it's going to reduce their ability to make something happen in this phase already. Now they have to be careful of being surrounded, because you can tell Brazil, they're looking for this fight, and we talked about this. Isolated fights are possible, and there's the first one being flashed out finally as well. Guatemala in all bits of trouble now. They couldn't fight back the way they wanted to, and with only 2 players left standing on this northern side, I think it's a matter of time until Brazil really closes down on them.
And this is what you love to see as well, right? We talked about their passive play, we talked about their positional play, but now we see them punishing, we see them spotting weaknesses, spotting mistakes, and punishing. So that's super nice to see. They can do both in this lobby. They know they can do both, and they are trying to pull that off right now. Gonna be interesting to see what they end up doing in the bigger picture when the circle comes on in, when they have to move one further. But I wouldn't hate to see them just completely punish on this, because they should know they have a big man advantage here. And if they get all the information, if they're able to track these players, good fight to take. Ecuador on the other side, a much messy one, a much harder one. They have to take here on the edge of the circle.
More shots against Ecuador. That is some really good shots, actually. Wow, takes him out of the vehicle. And that just leaves 80s now on that eastern side. He's inside the safe zone. Just about inside the safe zone. Where do you realistically go? Maybe jump down to the prison area. I think that's your best bet at this point. As Chile now themselves, by chasing this, and found themselves in quite a bit of trouble. You can see Panama on top of the buildings.
Yeah.
Got some good sidelines on these players rotating on in. But they need to be careful themselves, because in the next phase, where do you really go from here? You will need to find some edge to fight your way in as well. Argentina inside prison, as we said, have now found themselves a new friend, which is 80s on the other side.
Classic salvage play, just fly into prison. It's something you see time and time again, because there isn't many teams that want to be in prison early. So flying down there is the last play they had. You called that out very, very early, and he thinks the same thing. Interesting to see Argentina in the same situation again. They're in a salvage position. They're hoping to get away with a few points here. And it's Mystic once again who has to put up numbers. And he does connect. That man does not miss scope sprays. And he picks up his first here. Brings Argentina an elimination point. And brings them a bit closer towards placement as well. I have no doubt they'll be in the placements. How deep they'll get, we'll have to wait and see. And might even depend a bit on the teams around them. The teams above them especially.
4 players up on that hillside towards the east side of prison. And with that next shift, it might just go out of prison at that point. I think for everyone playing on that southern side, it's going to become really, really tricky rotating in. You can see Suriname might have the best of options, actually, out of all these teams playing on the southern part of this zone. Colombia, depending on how many players are going to be alive all around him in this next phase. Right now, it's 4 players from Chile. Has an equally good chance, as they still have plenty of their vehicles, and that's going to be the most important part. But we'll have to wait and see. Maybe it's going to center up as well. What we do know, though, is there is going to be more fires on the southern side. It's not only the United States rotating in thing. I think it's the Dominican Republic right behind them as well. And they are making a move just about now. The United States is actually going to have to defend this as the players are rotating down. No knock so far, but the looks of it, as I have to retract that statement, it is Hisoka actually going down for Colombia.
Oh, they're not staying clean, but especially the Dominican Republic just gets swept aside there. USA, they just dominate them. I think the pull-up is just a little bit mistimed and misplaced, especially as they go in between multiple teams. Now Chile wants to benefit from this, but they've made their math without Colombia stepping up. They have to be careful now as well. They want to isolate a fight on the edge. They want to take a bit of control and make sure they can take one of these fights, especially with the knocks they had before. Bad Boy being the one knocked. Now Mujaba comes over the top, but he doesn't find anything instantly. And they are playing with fire, because there's a good nade. There's finally a good piece of utility that opens things up. Mujaba wants to follow that one up. 2 seconds on the nade. 1 second when he lobs it on over. This one's looking clean, but doesn't do the damage he needs. Shotgun in hand. Can he catch out a timing? Can he catch out a frag? No, not to be done. Chile, 10 items and counting. They are cleaning up this edge. Colombia in front of them is going to be a hard task, Felix, but I feel like they've done the job for this game.
Yeah, massive, massive stuff. 10 frags coming off Chile, cleaning up absolutely everyone on that southern side. This is a really good showing, and I said that there's more than just one favorite team, and you said it as well. This is one of them. This is Chile now, closing the distance on Brazil on that overall leaderboard. They didn't have too good of a first game, but they strike back almost immediately. No matter how this one goes, you said it, it's a good average point for the overall leaderboard already being secured. Deep southern shift, that is massive as well. Not only for Guatemala, also for Argentina. And the rest of the players down there, I think there's Colombia there with a solo left alive. Actually, never mind me. I think it's Ecuador who's been taken out on the meanwhile as well, apparently. So 80's not alive anymore. Next fight comes on through. And Colombia, with the Dominican Republic in front of them, still have to be careful of not being third-partied from the back as well.
Yeah, and they were trying to flex out. They were trying to make sure the compound doesn't move towards them. They were taking some good aggression there, some good nades as well from Molina, but in the end, it is, I think, Brazil from the north that punishes and that gets the angles out. Now this becomes extremely tricky if you're Colombia. You really, really have to be scared of all the space Brazil has and all the angles Brazil have, because you've not been focusing on the south and you've not been taking out Chile. So completely surrounded now by 2 to 3 teams. They once again try to move more central and they try to dodge all these fights. How successful that's going to be, I'm not sure. But I'm looking at Hunters and I'm thinking he's sailing into an absolute pit of opponents from all sides and he has basically 0 chance to survive. And it is, in the end, Colombia from the top that picks it up and at least gets themselves another elim and another placement on top.
Really good stuff from them as well. But now comes the cavalry. It is Brazil arriving, and that's going to mean trouble for everyone else on that northern side. And Brazil, they want to close this fight out fast. Diego there with the shotgun is going to take heavy amounts of damage, but they will do clean. Actually, yeah, they will clean everyone from Colombia. I was confused there for a second as more nades are raining in now. But without being taken down at all, everyone will go down, and they will pick themselves up 3 frags. And potentially even more with the Chile now rotating in. 11 frags on them as well. Just based off of eliminations in this game, they might have a little bit of an advantage. But one thing's for certain, they will not coexist here in this fight either. And up until this point, there's no real third-party potential coming in from the western side. If any, it will go the way of Brazil.
I'm loving what Chile is doing here with the angles. They're playing around this. They're taking a lot of space. And oh, that's a beautiful nade. That's a beautiful nade to open things up. This is a fight of the favorites. And right now, Chile is looking so convincing. Look at that other nade as well. Instantly takes down a second, taking this down to just 2 members up on Brazil. Lawrencine, he's so close. He's isolated. He's got the first aid off. Shotgun comes over. He needs 2. He can't just find 1 here. He needs a second as well. And I don't think he's been traded. Now, little boy basically just got the first hit off a few seconds ago. They got one of the reses off. It's a 2v2 for the best position in this game, Phalix, and they come over the top. It's a mess with shotguns, with flushes coming all around. Chile has stayed relatively clean on this if they can keep these flushes from happening. And that's a big fight to win. That's a big scalp to take. That is literally one of the teams you 100% expect to be in the runnings for top 2 with you. And you do not only wipe them, but you also put yourself in a position to just keep staying in this game and keep taking the fight to teams like Suriname.
Yeah, crazy stuff coming from Chile. Not only this fight, but the fights before that have been so methodical, so clean. What a nade! Wow! That is some good stuff coming out from Alex from Guatemala, the last sole survivor. He's going to take down Melo here from Suriname. That's going to hurt them because they were in a good running for this game as well. And unfortunately, that is obviously going to hinder their chances massively. Now, Chile, they're looking to close this game. They're looking to have one of the biggest, potentially even the biggest you could possibly imagine, the biggest of games in this qualifier. Because realistically, how big can you really have games with only 10 other teams?
Yeah.
Right? And so having a 15, potentially now with the rest of the players, once again, potentially being picked up by Chile, we're going to have to wait and see how that works. So potentially a 20-kill plus game for Chile would mean that is a very tough one to catch, even for the likes of Brazil, who've been playing
That's killing half the
really
lobby.
passive up
That's
until
crazy.
this point. Yeah, it might be even more than that,
That's
realistically,
crazy.
to pick up more than just the 20. So Chile there with a really great spot, and as you said, in one of the best positions now to get angles and take control of this map.
Yeah, and Alex helping out a great bunch, like you said, right? Suriname, they try to take space. They try to put an anchor player sort of below, and Alex instantly catches that out and ruins their chances. So the single Guatemalan player making this a whole lot easier for Chile than it would have been. But don't sleep on Argentina here. If a few knocks go the wrong way, if Chile is the one losing players first and getting knocked to their knees, there is a chance that Argentina once again puts up a massive salvage. I think they already have here with a top 4 and an elim. Once again, down to a duo extremely early, down to a 3-man as the first team in the lobby, and then down to a duo pretty early. But they're once again putting up numbers and salvaging points. As you can see, Trent, he's not in a great spot. He's trying his very best. He's connecting a good bunch of shots, but just completely surrounded by the Chilean squad, and they are taking control right now. They're looking to close all of this out, and I don't see a good outcome in this for anyone else but Chile right now.
No, not really. As Elite is now wrapped 2 more angles together with his teammate up on that western side. This is perfectly played. I don't think they're going to let anyone get away with this one. I don't even think Lex is going to be able to get taken by Argentina. They're already throwing grenades towards it. Argentina has at least some say in it, though, as they are nading towards Chile. They don't want to go out without a fight here, but they would have to hit amazing nades towards the players of Chile. Some really fortunate nades as well. Some really lucky nades. I'm just going to say it like it is. On towards both of these players at the same time, almost for them to really do anything about it. Because if both sides stay alive, the angles are just going to be too good for Chile to really deny them running out of the prison area. And there's the nades coming in. I said they need 2 amazing nades towards both of the players coming in from Chile. But that's just not happening right now. Instead, it's the other way around. Now there goes one. But his teammate has been knocked. Navy's been taken out. Look at this. Podro is already pushing into towards the prison area. Mystic, the last player standing. As it is still 3 players left alive for Chile. They're trying to secure the 19th frag in this one. As more nades are raining on through S12K. This is surely going to be the end of it. Yes, he's found a second one, but I don't think it's going to be enough. S12K, he's been taken out to 40 HP, and there goes the last shot. Argentina is eliminated in second place. And what a performance from Chile from start to finish. They've looked absolutely determined to win this round, and they will as well.
That was chaotic. That was just crazy. On the top of the lumber mill area, starting off fights, going absolutely ham on the first knock they see, and then just continuing to rack up the points. USA gets taken down, Colombia gets taken down, Brazil gets taken down. 19 frags for the Chilean squad is absolutely mental here. And they're going to make a massive jump on the scoreboard, but somehow, Felix, for the second game in a row, an Argentinian duo sneaks second place.
Crazy. That's nuts. Not gonna lie, that's as good as it gets, really, in terms of an answer for Brazil. We said these 2 teams are the favorites. Now, Brazil wins first game, Chile wins second. It doesn't get any more methodical than this. And both of these teams with really just disciplined games as well. So, really good stuff. Really good stuff from Brazil here as well, and trying to play it as clean as possible. They will secure a couple of frags as well, not just a couple. I think it's been 6 or 7 points, so it might still be close in the overall leaderboard. But in terms of big rounds being secured, I don't think anyone is going to match this today. That's just been Chile from start to finish, cleaning up every single one, and that also in a methodical fashion that we haven't seen from Brazil.
It was super clean all the way until the 1v4, where I think they take 2 knocks there. That's at least 1 too many. That could have maybe spiraled out of control if a crazy shotgun shot would have come out or something like that. That would have been an insane clutch if it had come out from Mystic. But until then, it was so clean, and against some of the best in the lobby as well, right? Brazil is the big scalp to take. 10 elims for Eureka there, and a whole bunch of damage, but some crazy nades from MZ as well. I think some of these were absolute fight openers, especially towards Brazil, and then later on and towards the players below them. So crazy stuff coming out of Chile here, and like you said, a complete opposite to the win we saw in the last one. No slow play, no positional play, just getting a knock and getting the hell in there and closing it out in style. So crazy stuff coming out of that squad.
Really good. Gotta highlight, obviously, Eureka. I mean,
yeah,
you said it himself. What a performance. What a performance. 10 frags. It's the best performance of the day so far. I thought Mystic with 7 frags was kind of a standout. That was kind of a standout performance. I think maybe someone's going to match that, but not more than that. And then obviously Eureka comes out swinging like this, picks up 10 frags on his own. Almost 3 times as much damage as Pubg, who's just had a pretty good performance as well, and who I said was going to be the standout player for Chile. But no, instead it is Eureka, match MVP as well. Would have thought that was going to go any other way, with once again 10 frags being secured for Chile. This is massive answer. I said it before. This is what you need in order to strike some fear also into Brazil, who we said was going to be the biggest favorite for the very first spot. Not only the top 2, but the very first spot as well. So Chile is not only give them a big boost in confidence, But also goes to show them due to the fact that they literally just clean wiped Brazil, that even Brazil is able to get eliminated in a direct isolated fight. And I talked about this leaderboard situation as well. Wow.
Yeah.
Goes to show you how important it is to pick up these rounds.
It's crazy. I mean, yes, picking up these rounds, but also like we talked about, there's way less kills. Look at the kill column. Look at the elims. There's 3, 4, 2, 1, and then there's 19. That's absolutely mental. Look at 11 teams, right? 11 times 4, that's 44. Then you count out the 4 Chilean players. So they have 40 opponents and they eliminate 19 of them. That is insane. Anybody that watches Battle Royale esports, no matter which one it be, is it PUBG Mobile, is it something else, knows eliminating half a lobby. It's absolutely mental. Getting 19 elims in a 60-player lobby is crazy stuff. Getting it in a 40-player lobby is even more insane because you can't just win the game. You have to kill enemies faster than anybody else can and faster than they can find a way to get eliminated. So crazy stuff coming out of Chile in this one. And we have a few teams sneaking a few placements. We have a few teams sneaking a few frags as well. Looking at Suriname there, looking at Colombia. But insane stuff coming out of Chile.
Chile putting up quite the standing for this lobby. And it's going to get me thinking how many more teams could potentially do something about this, about these two top teams. So far, we've seen some amount of good performances from Argentina, who will, by the way, pick themselves up another second place.
Yeah.
But fighting-wise, no one's been as consistent as these two teams. And, man, I don't want to get back to this story, but we got to touch on it again. We've said that these favorites tend to always come out on top, no matter how many games are being played, even in a best of 12. Even in an 11-team lobby, the favorites tend to win. And now it's exactly these two favorites going back and forth in terms of wins. It's not a coincidence whatsoever. As we head on over to these player statistics. And unfortunately, Diego, despite the good performance, really has quite the big discrepancy towards Eureka in terms of eliminations, assists, damage, and even survival time. I mean, that was dominant, as I said, from start to finish coming out from Eureka.
Impossible to keep up with that, and impossible even for Eureka to keep that performance up. It's not going to happen. It's just basically impossible to play at that pace for multiple games. 3,600 damage for Chile is also just mental stuff coming out as the 19 elims. What gives them the points, but yeah, complete dominance in this lobby, closing out their fights and putting themselves into a easy first place.
Wow.
After a not convincing round one. Remember, we talked about it after round one. We said lots of favorites on top: Brazil, Argentina, Colombia. The only one that's missing is Chile. Well, they're here now, and the 29 points in a match will do that for you. Can they keep up the pace? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, those games, they kind of just go to show that even just go back and watch a few games, chill, lean back, watch 6 games, and then look at some teams in the middle of the standings and what a 29-point game would do to their position on the leaderboard. You'll realize everything is possible in a best of 6, everything is possible in a best of 12 when you have games like this.
Massive stuff. I didn't think it was going to be enough to get to 32 points, but apparently it is. And I definitely didn't think it was going to be enough to close the distance on Brazil, but they've done even more so. They've actually overtaken them. So massive stuff from Chile. 22 eliminations will also be the team that has now gained most amount of eliminations. Brazil just standing on 15 and Argentina 22 right behind that. Argentina, though, I can't really, despite them being really close to Brazil and Chile right now, points-wise, I can't just yet really rule them into that favorite kind of ballpark that we said that, you know, these two teams are going to be in, just based off of that performance. It's been a different kind of play from Argentina in contrast to
it's much less
Chile
reproducible.
And Brazil.
Right? They're finding positions as a duo that really work for them. They're finding frags as a duo here and there, but that's not going to be consistent, and that's going to be hard to pull off throughout the matches. So going to be super interesting to see what they do with this, but I'll say it once, I'll say it again, it still helps. Every point helps, and every point as well helps keeping up that mental, keeping up the good vibes in the team, keeping up sort of the hope that you can make this. Because if you're a team right now with 3 points, you're in a whole different mindset than a team that's with 22 points, even if those 22 points might have just been salvages, right? So it's a big thing, it matters, and we'll see what Argentina can do with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will see what Argentina does with this in the next and remaining 4 games of the evening after a very short break. We'll be right back.
2 games in the bag, 4 more to go for today, 6 more yesterday. We've just seen the first Erangel, and it was a crazy awakening for the Chilean squad. Not what we've seen in game 1, not really what we were expecting after watching game 1, as they just absolutely folded everybody else in that lobby, Felix.
Yeah, Chile coming out with the performance that we kind of wanted to see from them in game 1 as well. But Brazil was able to steal that away. And in the second match, I thought it was going to be Brazil all over again. Really great position, playing him really disciplined as well. They were not overthinking things too much. They knew that after that initial shift towards the eastern side happened, they had to rotate out of farm, and they did just that. They played it super smart, super slow as well, quite in contrast to that game on Sanhok, where they tried to recenter as much as possible. Obviously, that not being possible here, they tried to have all 4 players left alive on any and all circumstances, and they did just that by rotating slow, making sure you get into that northern side of shelter really safely, and then afterwards fighting themselves through the only team that really was on the northern side, through Guatemala, and not losing anyone just there was so massively important. We saw Diego there being tagged from the distance from some of these Guatemalan players down to really low HP, but not losing anyone afterwards, closing down the fight, and then that initial fight against Chile. That's why it fell apart, unfortunately, but not necessarily because of Chile themselves, but because they had to go through, I think, the Dominican Republic before fighting Chile, and at that point, they were just too wounded. They just weren't ready and focused enough anymore, and Chile closing it down like they have throughout the entirety of this game. Southern side all the way. They started off very early against Uruguay, isolated, finds something that we haven't seen from Brazil, as we've said. And I gotta be honest, right now, just judging by these 2 games, Chile looking way more dangerous than Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking a different kind of crazy, right? They're looking a different kind of dangerous. And like you said, right, that was a key fight. Chile versus Brazil. As we said in the fight, this would be a big fight, and it was convincing. It was not unwinnable for Brazil. It wasn't easy to win either, but very important flanks coming out super quickly by Chile, moving around the sides, right, using that ridge line. The compound team is killed, and they move around the sides to grab that space and get the angles they needed, and then they very quickly get that trade. I think it was Lorenzen on the DBS or S12K close range, getting 2 knocks, instantly traded from the bottom. The reaction is super quick, and that's what keeps them alive, keeps them in it, keeps them rolling, and keeps a 10-point game from ending right there, and they are able to turn it into a 29-point game. So crazy stuff coming out of Chile, and a super strong finish there towards the end as well, cleaning it up. But we'll have to wait and see. More consistency on the side of Brazil, more explosive potential on the side of Chile maybe, but we'll have to wait and see what they do in the rest of the matches. 2 more Erangels today, followed by 2 Miramars, are going to give us plenty of chances to figure out who really has what it takes to make it all the way to Riyadh.
Point path is there. Yes, it's a really tough one, but we touched on this before. Should it really matter? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think it should. Too many positions that all these teams have open and you know, are up for grabs. Even if everyone would kind of go towards the northern side of this playing path, there should still be enough positions to not necessarily be forced into a contest. And I think that's what we're seeing here. But I got to touch on the Dominican Republic, because it looks like they're going to be contesting Ecuador once more. And I don't really necessarily understand this. I've said this before. I think you said it as well before. And it didn't work out for the Dominican Republic either. Just last game. Quite in contrast, they had to rotate off in that one single vehicle. They tried to kind of gatekeep and camp Guatemala, but not even that worked out. So I'm surprised to see them here.
Yeah, it's not been super nice for them, and like you said, they also have Guatemala close by, which is, yeah, sure, maybe you can gatekeep them sometimes, but it's usually just another bit of pressure and another bit of a problem that is on your plate, because you're contesting for more vehicles, you have less space to work with, and well, you go out with a clown's car, you have more teams around you that might be ready for a punish just in a circle like this. Guatemala is going to take priority spots in front of you. They're going to see you coming, and they're the ones who might be able to set a trap. So it's a tricky spot to find yourself in. Would have loved to see them adapt a little bit, but I mean, maybe this is still doable, is still workable if they find vehicles, right? That's the main thing, because they're not really fighting for anything and they're not really wasting time in those fights. So if they can secure some vehicles somewhere, it's doable, it's manageable, but it will never be optimal. And that's what you want to see for an early game. It should always be as close to optimal as it can be, especially in a lobby where you are given so much space.
Uruguay being quite fortunate there in terms of that loot drop. They haven't been as fortunate in the last 2 games and in terms of the early game. This time around, I think with that loot spot, they're not going to rotate into anyone just yet. But gonna have to wait and see if that comes true, obviously. But at least by the looks of it, they won't. And with 6 points, they will need more than what they have. If they want to qualify, 28 points and 22 there on Argentina as well. Means even to catch up to some of these top spots, it's gonna mean a chicken dinner almost safely at this point. And goes to show you how important a performance like this in the first couple of games really is. Brazil and Chile with these massive, massive games, and Argentina to some degree as well. But Chile, I was wondering if you think so as well, but I had this theory in the middle or ending of last game that I don't think anyone is going to be able to have a round like this again. Like the probability of someone like maybe Brazil or someone like Argentina having a round like Chile once more with even only the potential to find as many teams as Chile had, and thus getting all the kill points, I think is very low. I think that probability is really, really low, and I think that might have been the biggest round we might see coming out of the Americas qualifier.
Yeah, you could easily be right there, and you're 100% right. It's a crazy round. It's one in a million kind of thing, and just put yourself in the just have a look at the leaderboard, right, and just consider the fact that Chile got 29 points there. They're now on 32. The last place team is on 3 points. So if Panama would have gotten that round, they would now be in first, right? That's how much that round does on an early scoreboard. It's just a massive, massive jump. And like we said, there's a theoretical chance it happens again, but it's not something you should expect coming into the future matches. And it's not something you should be counting on. That being said, you don't have to always go out and get 19 kill chicken dinners. If you're able to get yourselves into these late games consistently and get some frags to boot, like a free buggy rotating past your compound, that can easily be enough. That can easily do the trick. And it doesn't always have to be absolutely mental what you pull off if you do it consistently.
More shots being put out by Colombia as Navy is able to take down what the United States play. That's a massive, massive spray. Unfortunate for United States that they were driving straight into Navy, and you could tell it's first play as well. Navy gonna be able to pick up the flush too. Means Colombia is gonna start with 1 frag in the bank, and United States, unfortunately, again losing a play on the early stages. This is incredibly massive in terms, and we talked about this as well, incredibly massive in terms of finding a consistent performance and also going out to this qualifier after the 12 matches have been played and telling yourself we've given our best. Because it's really hard to judge giving your best when you're only 3 players up all the time. You will not be able to play your game. You will not be able to execute what you've practiced up until this point. And that's kind of the worst feeling as a player, right? If you know you had a chance to some degree, but due to the fact that you keep making rookie mistakes in the early stages, or even just, other players hitting nut shots on you, if you don't or aren't able to really give your best performance because of that, that's, once again, one of the worst feelings you can have as a player, and that's just something you really don't want to have.
Yeah, it really sucks to go home and be like, well, we couldn't even show what we really had in store and what we really had planned. And yeah, if you're losing players early, it's going to make the games so much harder. It's going to cost you a whole lot of time, resources, everything, as we've seen from USA so far. They've had a little bit of a hero play as a duo on Sanhok. And that's pretty much the most impressive we've seen from them until now, as they've not been finding a consistent footing so far. But keep all this analysis to where it belongs. It's 2 games so far. Everybody has chances to turn this around. It's just hard to go off more than what we've seen so far. And so far, it's not been that impressive by the US. Guatemala is on Everest, and they are looking to take a few shots into players grabbing vehicles below them. Bit of damage done. Lots of damage done, I should say. But I'd be very surprised if they do actually get the knock, and especially if they do get the confirm here.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised too. I think that might just be a bit too much distance between these 2 players. As he drives back into the distance too. And it will continue as 42 players. Except for Suriname and the USA. No one's lost a player so far. I was kind of hyped to see the United States in this one. Such a strong region, such a strong country, the Americas, and especially the United States, towards the northern part of the Americas. Obviously having so many star players. I was talking about Coops earlier. Obviously this time around, not the strongest of representatives, or rather not the most experienced of representatives coming in for the United States, but still a fairly good lineup. Unfortunately, just so far not really being able to show what they've done in the qualifiers. So I want to see more from them. I want to see more consistent rotations, and especially not losing players early on.
Not losing players early on is Chile, as they have found themselves one of the best compounds in the game, and they found themselves one of the worst neighbors in the game, which is Brazil. So both these teams in really good spots here to play a decent game from, and really able to grab themselves nice and good positions in this phase 2 shift. What they'll do with it is a whole different question. Potro on the roof is going to get a whole lot of information, maybe damage some vehicles, but as I say, that flaw on the other side, or law, excuse me, is going to be able to do the same to them. So again, tough neighbors, not the ones you like, the more rowdy ones, actually popping your vehicle tires and trying to pop you out of your cars as well. So these guys are going to be peacocking a little bit at each other, firing off some shots, making their presence known, trying to be as annoying as they can. But this is a different story. This is USA in a full-on fight, Felix.
Going to be important for the United States to win this one if they want to stay in the running. Yes, it's early on in this qualifier, but it's only 2 spots, so you really need all the chances you can get. As Geert is popping some more nades. This might be good. I think he almost just rotated into that. Navy is still behind the corner. That Molotov is going to bring him back to go with the shotgun. This is a perfect play. Kid takes out another player. This is some really good stuff coming out from the United States, at least individually. But it's far from over. Hisoka is still inside the compound as Achilles is rotating back into the house. He might be able to get revived. And there's another team trying to close in on this, trying to third party this. It's Uruguay. Kid has spotted him, but he's been taken down on his own. So they can't even make a move on towards the player they've just knocked. Unfortunate things coming in for Colombia and obviously the United States at the same time.
This is a messy one. That third party has made that fight just so much more complicated than it was. Colombia was not looking good, not looking clean. Now they've gotten the res onto Achilles and they're driving him out of there instantly. One bullet would knock him off the back of this buggy, but they are going to take him into a reset position and say, well, we're out of here. We're not involved in this fight anymore. And it's going to be the US who gets the shorter end of the stick. A full breach in full effect. He finds one knock. Can't find any more than that. Bad boy on the approach as well. He's going to hope to find a second. But even if he knocks down Siete here, he still has 2 more to deal with. And then another full team of Colombia on the horizon. So decides to get out of there. Decides to reset this at least for now. And yeah, not a great time. Not a great start for the United States squad.
Tough decisions for all these teams, I gotta say, to whether or not to take this fight. So far, it's really only worked out for one team, which is Uruguay, who has coincidentally also been the last team to third-party this. But for the rest of them, Colombia especially, losing a player here, being so close to the top 3, catching up. But then an early game like this is not how you want to start things off in this next game after what we've just seen. And we are heading into the next fight. Once again, uncontested. As Ecuador is now breaching this. They've knocked Winter. They really want to get ahead of things. They want to clear this northern edge even before they really need to. And they're now looking for this 1v2 against Danny. Danny, though, peeks around the corner. He had the chance with the UMP to take down 80s, but 80s instead is going to take him down. As it's suddenly down through a 3-on-2. Dorian gets knocked, but he's being traded out almost immediately too. Hunters is there in the back lines. There's another team chimes in. And Guatemala, I think, wants to get a piece of the action too.
Oh, again, it's so messy. We've talked about this, right? We said there's less teams to third party, but the teams that want to, they have so much more space and they can do so much more freely. Panama instantly going out of this one. And it's a quick reset coming out for Ecuador. But look at the speed of this third party. Tony has to be a little bit careful. He's going in a little bit deep. But it should be just fine. Returns the car. Realizes, all right, the players should be on the lower ground. Now the question is, do they want to take this fight aggressively? Or do they want to sit it out for a bit? The circle is not looking all that good for Guatemala. So maybe it's a good choice for them to go a little aggressive on this. But they're trying to collect the util before they do. And they're trying to use it to its max effect. As you can see on Tony here, he's looting back up, realizing, okay, what can we do with this? What do we want to close out? What kind of throwables do we want to use? They don't know that everybody's behind the building. If they did, it'd be a little bit more efficient with the nades. But if you throw enough at this yellow house, something might just stick.
Still not convinced this is really the best option for Ecuador. But they're not going to be able to get away from this. Either way, they're going to have to stick this one out as the first knock came through. Guatemala with the perfect position now. They want to get into the action. They know there's not another team left on the northern side, so they can third party this without any kind of danger. And they will do so clean. Really good stuff coming out from Guatemala. They'll be the third team entering this fight, and they'll be the last one out of it. And we've seen similar thing happen to Uruguay and the team all around ruins. But this time around, at least, they will still be alive in phase 4, as the same cannot be said, unfortunately, for Uruguay. Good stuff. Guatemala needed this one as well. Except for teams to now catch up to these top 2 spots especially, it's going to need more than just a bit of luck.
It will, and kills are always a good way to start. 4-man cars or something that we have seen before for some of these squads. So that's not looking pretty, especially when you're rotating past teams like Argentina, Chile, Brazil, all set up in center compounds. And that's no surprise to me, at least. It's the top 3 of the scoreboard in good positions here, while the rest of the lobby is tearing each other to pieces. And I'm not sure where that clown car is going, Felix, but they either go far and put themselves under a ton of risk, or they stay close and don't really get anywhere and potentially lose that one single car that they have. So every choice they take here, it's not going to be an easy one, and it's not going to be a great one. Dominican Republic, yes, they have 4 players alive. They're in placements, but they're almost in desperate territory just because of their vehicle situation.
Good stuff. USA now being eliminated near Pubg. Must have happened towards the southern side. And we're heading into a top 7 situation. Placement points being secured all around. Even for Team USA, that means 1 more point being secured. And Guatemala now, with their last fight, has got quite a bit of options rotating into the northern side. We saw the map, except for Brazil being in the center of the circle. And one other country being just south of them. There's still plenty of place for everyone to find themselves a spot. Even west of Brazil are positions that are still open. That double building out in the middle of nowhere, for example, is a spot that could potentially be taken, even though it would be quite the risky one. But the most centralized positions and the ones that have the highest winning probability have been inhabited already. And that is, unfortunately, I want to say for everyone else, inhabited by Chile and Brazil. Both of them looking now really strongly to enter late stages of this match. I don't think there's going to be too many teams that could really potentially have a say in this one as well. Their positions almost unbreachable ones as well.
Not an easy position to find yourself in. Argentina does what they do best, which is find a few frags in earlier stages of the game. Full team coming on through. It is the remainders of Colombia that tried to make their way towards the circle, losing one in the process, losing one in transition. Not the worst thing in the world, sort of what you would expect when you have to send all the way through the middle. If they get cleared out here, though, if their cars get blown up, if they get utilitied, that's a big problem. And Argentina sees weakness here. But Argentina forgot about the player in the shack, and that's Jerry going down. That's bad news bears. That's a lot of time they're going to have to waste and a lot of resources when they were hoping to put the pain into the rest of the lobby. You could see they were firing off a few shots at both of the teams around them, maybe even thinking about clearing that shack, and now suddenly they're on the back foot.
Colombia looking to hold this forest area now. It's not going to be easy, but it's at least going to secure them the next phase, with almost no team really making their way towards them just yet. But Argentina hasn't started that move now, and I think when they do, you can see one player already scouting the forest. When they do, I think they're going to drive towards the forest. There's not really another position they could potentially play. They try to deal with Legend before that, but with the zone now closing in 12 seconds, I think they might just leave him alone and prioritize zone. Not yet, though. A couple of more seconds until the circle closes, and I think they realize, well, Legend is going to have to move before they do. So they are really keen on finding this one frag, and they need to as well. We said it, in order to catch some of these top teams, even for a team like Argentina, who's not consistently found frags, just a single one could really be the difference between catching up and not catching up. Now, shots coming in from the distance. Guatemala taking him down. But who's going to get the flush? That's going to be the big question.
It's wide open there on that knock, and you can see Argentina wants it. But Argentina, I'm not sure if they were able to get it. Maybe Mystic from the off angle was the one picking it up. He's the one that's been fragging out for this squad in the past few games. Now, bit of aggression coming out towards Guatemala. That's Alex instantly knocked to his knees. The counter util not good enough, and the play is coming out of the shack. So, yes, it's a desperate send, but it has brought them into a top 6 here. And now the Dominican Republic even taking frags towards Guatemala. They're coming alive in this. I think they can just take a little bit of control. They might get another few points out of this. More than a few points. I don't know how they would be able to pull that off, Alex, with how little terrain they have to work with and how open everything is around them. But at least getting these frags, maybe just making sure Guatemala goes out before they do, that could be enough to pretty much finish their job for this game and keep them in contention.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, it's Brazil. Still controlling that area towards the northern side. Not a perfect shift for them either. Goes to show you, even if you do play centralized up until phase 5, it doesn't guarantee you a centralized spot in the remaining phases. And at that point, it's almost impossible to recenter, right? So you still have to win all the important frags and important fights after phase 5. Guatemala, talking about important fights, this is a really important one for them, because after they leave the shack, I don't think there's any way to rotate in. So these nades need to hit perfectly if they want to secure any more points in this game. There goes another one. I think they've found the first one already. They need to be careful as well. So many angles, so many eyes on them. As they are nades now raining back on them. That nade is going to go too far as well. It's a pretty well taken one, but unfortunately the wrong smoke. As at least the first frag has now been flushed out by the Blues. And there's another one. I think it's going to go too far as well. And Parado, unfortunately, being picked apart now by the blue zone. And now Tony realizes if they don't make a move now, they will both die immediately to the blue zone either way. But while running there, the blue zone has done its job already. And both of the teams eliminated now.
Yeah.
As we are heading towards phase 6.
Nice pickups for Argentina, who decide to move on south, but I want to draw your attention elsewhere. Look at this map and look where all of these Brazilian players are looking. Nobody knows about the solo behind them. They haven't looked there in a good while. I've been keeping my eyes peeled. They haven't been checking their back at all. Suriname, one player alive in their back lines, and I don't think Brazil has the faintest idea. That might not matter if Argentina looks over and takes care of it for them. But if that solo gets in their back line, if he is allowed to make a move behind them, he could be a big problem. There it is. Piddle, he wants to do this from the back lines. He wants to do it from the sneaking position. But his days are numbered just as Brazil's are. So as they are smoking out and trying to make their vehicle rotation towards Argentina, he'll have to start making moves as well.
There goes Florenzo with the vehicle. It's been toying around with this one for quite some time now. And look at this. They've realized as direct fight with Chile is not what they want to have. So they're aiming to find an entry towards that western hillside. And they will do so, at least for now. But, well, with Argentina being there close by, I don't think they're going to be able to do so without a fight at the very least. And one of them has already been caught in rotation. It's going to make that fight against Argentina an even harder one, as they are raining down nades already. 2 players being knocked, 1 already flashed. There goes the return. The boy almost with that knock. Would have been such an important one. But the enemy stays alive just a tiny bit longer. Now with Diego and obviously Little Boy with the last 2 alive, it looks even more troublesome. But now there goes the fight. And there goes Diego with a really important knock against Argentina.
They're schooling them right now, honestly. This is not something that should have happened to Argentina. Argentina has had control in the forest for so long. Brazil pulls up. They lose 2 members in transition. Essentially, half of the team doesn't even make it there. And somehow they still come out on top. Little Boy and Diego putting up big numbers here, putting up big work, and really ruining Argentina's chances when they had no right to do so. They're pulling up below. They're getting naded instantly. Argentina has all the information, but just outclassing them individually, outclassing them in the decision-making department as well, and making this extremely hard for the Argentinian squads. As Chile, on the other hand, they don't have an idea about the solo behind them as well, but they don't care all too much either, because what they want to do is take out Brazil, and they want to take control of the forest, and they're on a really, really good way to do so. It's just Little Boy left alive.
Yeah, and I mean, his position, let's be honest, is not one that I would want to trade with him right now. He's being surrounded by everyone, and there goes Chile. And Chile was looking for this as well. They want to make sure that is the one team that goes out as the very next one, right? They even left alive Suriname and their backlines to do so. Knowingly left them alive, because obviously that is the biggest competition for them. And that's the one team on the Euro leaderboard right now that is the most dangerous one to them, just generally. And look at this. This is disastrous right now for Argentina. To some degree, also a little bit of disrespect being put out by them. I mean, they don't even use their weapons at this point. They knew the way he was positioned inside the forest, there was no way he was going to get any frag, so they just drive him over. That's dangerous, though. This time around, that driver was not going to happen because it's Mystic, and he's been the key fragger for Chile. He takes down the second player, too. What is happening? Mystic, he might just turn things around right now. It's shotgun against shotgun. Mystic will be taken down, but it's a sliver of HP left on Chile. And my goodness, that could have gone even worse for them, because throwing away a round like this, which is what they've almost done, is disastrous in the total leaderboard. And look at this Piddles. He still has a say in this. He might just find the angle in time. Suriname looking to close out the game.
Oh, he's found so much space. He's found a big angle here. They might not have any idea he's this close. If he can let the shots rip at the right timing, he might just do this. And Chile has just thrown away the easiest, cleanest win they've ever had to just now be stepping into smokes and hoping that somehow this goes well. Piddles has all the chances in the world. He lets the M4 rip. He does a good bunch of damage, takes a little bit in return. The reposition will have to come out, and it's a 1 versus 2. The shotgun might do the trick. He finds one. Can he find the second? Can he clutch it? No! It's Chile who gets away with it. But oh my, that was the opposite of clean. That was almost disaster.
I think that was disaster for a team like Chile to throw away a game like this and let it come down to a 1v1 against Suriname. That is disaster spelled out clean. And yeah, unfortunate for Chile. They will only be able to take home 7 elimination. But that's still 17 points. That's way more than anyone else had in this round. It was way more equal in terms of kill distribution than what we've seen coming out of the first 2 games. Either way, though, a pretty fast game as well. And once again, one of the favorites taking home the dinner. And we said after the last game as well that Chile looks even better than Brazil. And I think this game is testament to that. Chile playing it clean, Chile playing it relatively centralized when they need to as well. They know that this is a circle that the winning spot is the most centralized one. And they don't necessarily need to play for a centralized spot all the time. But in a circle like this where it's really tough to fight in from the outside, we've seen all these teams struggle. Even Guatemala, despite their clean wipe, not having any entry from the northern side. So Chile playing it really smart, knowing that, yes, they might give up on frags early, and they might not play to their strength, which is fighting right away. But by taking the centralized position, they would do so later on, and that's what they did. So great play from Chile.
Yeah, clean in the end, and some clean stuff from Brazil there in the Argentina fight, but just not the position they would have wanted to be in, right? But I think it sends a bit of a message what Chile is doing here, which is just overconfidence, right? They went a little bit too hard after that last game. They went a little bit too confident. Yes, great stuff taking out Brazil. That's important and that's big. But they almost throw the game away, and not only did they almost throw the game away, which is a difference of 6 points maybe at that point, right? It's 5 placing points and a kill that you're throwing away at least. They're also giving it to Argentina. Like, if Mystic just does hit 2 more shotgun pellets out of the shots he's firing there, then he's got at least the second place. And he's taken them out in third. And then the same thing happens with the Suriname play as well. So yes, they've been strong in fights, and they've had a good rotation in this game as well, with good compounds being taken. But they can't be throwing opportunities away here, because you don't know how many chances they'll get tomorrow. They don't know how many chances they'll get in the rest of the games. The rest of the lobby ain't sleeping. And I hope this is a wake-up call. I hope they're realizing that was too close for comfort.
Yeah, it really was. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see. But Chile so far is running away with it. They're doing everything they need to stay at the top consistently. And we've got some fans in the chat as well for Chile. Shouts out to you guys. Constanza, for example, up on the YouTube stream. Shout out to you. Consistently supporting Chile in the chat. And they'll have plenty of other guys. 19 frags, be reminded. 19 frags is what Chile had in the round before. Match summary is dominated by different players, though. It's not Chile, it's Argentina. Mystic grabbing the highest elimination spots again. And let's head into the match standings. That's where the interesting part is. 11 frags, not quite. 10 frags for Chile, but 11 points for Argentina, and Guatemala, out of all the teams, Guatemala making a little bit of a comeback as well. This is good, especially considering that the very top team, Brazil, has only gotten 8. So that difference is going to be a little bit closer towards these qualification spots.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. It's a good sign of life, especially when they're taking fights early and winning them, and getting away with a lot of players, right? Those were not easy fights, not clean fights, but they played them well so far. So good to see for them. And then Argentina, once again, second place. Most consistent team in the lobby right now. Just consistently second, which is not going to maybe win you the tournament. But if they continue up this level of consistency to somehow keep getting into late games so much and getting second place so much, that might just be enough. Mystic as well, doing a fantastic job for them, right? We talked a little bit about IC before this game. We said carrying as a solo shouldn't be possible, at least not regularly. Mystic is doing big things right now for Argentina. But the head-to-head will be Chile versus Guatemala. It's Tony versus MZSI. And it's a pretty close one, to be honest. But you take away the win, and all your kills mean so much more.
Yeah. Well, it's been 7-8. Guatemala with a good performance as well. A little bit more damage out of Chile. But yeah, Guatemala, I guess the second team to watch in that round. Maybe even the team to watch, because Chile has just been that consistent with that performance. Making a little bit of a comeback. I said it right then and there. They will need 2, maybe 3 more of these types of games in the next couple of matches, especially going into tomorrow. But it's a good pickup. 19 frags. Excuse me, not 19 frags. I keep on saying frags. It's obviously 19 total points. They wish they had 19 frags, so that will mean very close to a qualification spot is where they would be with that. But no, unfortunately, just 9 eliminations instead of 19. But 19 points total, as we said. It's going to bump them up to 5th place. So Guatemala and Suriname, both of them with the 2 massive rounds, bumping themselves up to qualification spots almost. A couple of more good games being needed, and a couple of weaker ones for Brazil and Chile. But that difference already is massive. 50 points almost for Chile. Down to a non-qualification spot. It is already 16 points, which is, as we said, massive in this round.
It's a good start. It's a great start, and it's going to show people very early who the teams to look out for are. And, well, we thought it would be Chile, Brazil, and Colombia. Right now, it is Chile, Brazil, and Argentina that are towards the top. And I think it's a bit more balanced when you look at the Chile side of things. But we'll have a look at the MVP, and it is Mystic. Not a balanced team, Argentina right now. A whole lot of work being put in by Mystic, but solid positioning throughout this game as well. If they could have just played that a little cleaner towards Brazil and made sure they caught them out in rotation, I'm not quite sure why they were so pressured and so pinched in. But if they kill Brazil there, then they might just be looking like the winners of the game. And that's exactly the stats we love to see. Chile, a little more balance between two players. Brazil, pretty balanced between Little Boy and Diego. And then Mystic all alone in there for Argentina in the top 5 performers.
Yeah, we got to give it up for Mystic. He's been the player to watch so far for Argentina. And you said it, it's it's not a balanced team so far. I think Argentina has a lot more to kind of spread out between all these players. It can't just be Mystic if they really want to qualify. It can't just be Mystic, not with the amount of points that is being secured right now by Chile.
Yeah, it can't be, and maybe it won't be. We have 3 more matches today. We've got 1 more Erangel when we come back from this break, so don't go anywhere. It'll just be a few minutes. almost the clutch for Argentina, almost the clutch for Suriname, but it wasn't meant to be. Chile closed it out in the end, and I guess in the end it doesn't matter how you got there. If you win the game, it's big points and it's big leaps on that scoreboard, as we saw Brazil falter a little bit there, right? Slow it down a little bit, same for Argentina. So a reasonable gap now, even after just 3 games, Alex.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to highlight that one team that is running away with it all right now. It is Chile. And be reminded, we haven't talked about this too much. It is 2 spots out of these 11 teams that will be able to qualify for the Iesf World Esports Championship in Riyadh. You've seen it everywhere. It is the road to Riyadh. That's where everyone is really trying to go and make their way to in the later stages of this year. It's around mid-November where these games will be taking place. And if you don't qualify right here, it's done and dusted. You don't get another chance this year at the very least. So you got to make it count. And Chile right now is making it count. Not a single bad game. They are plowing through this lobby. They're consistently winning the games, but not without upsets. As we've seen, almost throwing away that, as you said it, as you've called it, safe game. And I kind of agree to some part.
Yeah.
With these driving moments, I had to think there for a second if they really were in danger. But yes, they were. It was down to a 1-on-1, the very last shotgun pellet that hit just in time before the last Suriname player had a chance. And maybe even with a good nade before that, Suriname could have taken it. But unfortunately for them, they will be taking home a 2nd place only in that 3rd round. But also, teams are making their way up. Guatemala and Suriname with good rounds now.
Yeah. Some of the less performing team putting up good numbers, and some of the top dogs faltering a little bit makes the scoreboard interesting. And yeah, maybe we see Chile run away with it today, but maybe we also see them drop it. Remember, they got 3 points in the first game. You know, it's not just been dominance; it's just been 2 games of absolute dominance. So who knows what the rest of the games have in store for us? We'll switch map after this one as well. So we have 1 more Erangel, 2 more Miramars. Maybe that throws a bit of a spanner in the works, or maybe they have another early clash where they go out without much points on the board. So anything can happen, and I think that last game was a good example of that, where it comes down to a 1v1 twice. It comes down to a 1v1 for Chile twice. They clutch it out both times, and that gives them a win instead of a 3rd place, and gets themselves 2 more elims to boot. So big difference in points there from just a few shots being missed or hit is the way Pubg goes sometimes. But those swing your way and those swing the other way. So it can happen. Whatever you give the game a chance to happen will happen at some point. So there's a chance they slow it down a bit. We'll have to wait and see if they can continue on this trajectory. Because if they can, they are going to Riyadh.
Yeah. That's how it is, unfortunately. That's how it is, unfortunately. Or, depending on the point of view of the country, fortunately. Especially for Chile, they will be quite content with these 2 spots. I think right now, no one's really gunning for them anymore. I think it's more so Brazil that now has to be careful for not being caught up to. If I were a team that is right below Brazil and, for example, Guatemala, and I know Brazil is fighting somewhere close to me, and I have the option to third party a different team or Brazil, I'm most definitely taking Brazil. As of right now, the double situation being just a little bit too heavily in favor of Chile to really making sure these guys go out. I think at this point in time, unless something crazy happens, another big round is being brought up by any of these contenders, especially Brazil, I think it means being more focused on the Brazilian representatives than Chile with the performance that we've seen. So yeah, good circle for all these teams once more. Good playing path for all these teams. And this time around, it is once again the contest in North Georgia, and I cannot get my head wrapped around this. I do not understand this whole job, and I think I've said it before, I'm not a fan of it either.
Yeah, it hasn't really paid off for either of these teams either. And now in the last Erangel of the day, they land a whole lot more closely to each other, maybe a little bit due to the playing path, but now it's looking like it's a lot more hot than it has been in the past, but that doesn't essentially make it better. Another thing that I have my eye on is where Argentina is going, but they're now just splitting up and taking a few vehicles. So it was looking a little bit like they were maybe missing players in the lobby, but I think they've got everyone they need, as we have 44 players in the lobby. But I don't think that's going to be for long here. That's already Dagas caught in open waters. C1 wants to get the Bison out, and he will now surely taking that player down. Instantly looking for the confirm as well. That is so fast with the SMG. And just like that, you've been hating on the hot drops. And there's a good example of why they are so rough. Both teams getting a player knocked, and both teams looking to confirm that as soon as they can.
Yeah, really good stuff from both these teams starting it off. It's not really going to help anyone just yet. That's the bad part about it. Even if you win this hot job, but lose a player, we've said this time and time again, it's not necessarily that big of an advantage going into the next couple of games, because 4 points in the grand scheme of things are not going to bring you any closer to qualification. This is not about keeping up a point average. Not if it's a top 2 that qualifies. Then it really isn't anymore. You'll just need a big round time and time again. Winning a hot job, grabbing 4 or 5 points here and there, and having a couple of big ones, it's not going to be enough if you have 2 teams running away with it. That's, judging by the Esports situation, the case right now. So it needs to be a clean finish for both of them. They want to continuously be in the running for the road to Riyadh. Winter with a cheeky position now. He has to be careful. Maybe grab one knock and rotate off. He had the perfect pre-fire, but he's being taken down regardless. Darian shuts him down. And what a shot. And he gets the flush off of that as well. And Hades might just be able to dodge his own fight as a result of that. And you can tell he's trying to wait for additional reinforcements.
That was looking so well placed. He was holding it down, but the peak is clean. The peak is fast. The peak actually takes it down. Guatemala wants to be sneaky about this and grab a few free points here or there, but instantly punished by C1. Instantly in the bin by Panama. So another welcome point picked up. Danny in the bottom floor with the shotgun. They're looking to grab whatever they can find, but Ecuador, they've swept the apartments. Now they want to do the same to the priority buildings. It's a messy one, as always, Felix. Both teams have lost members already. Both teams are losing in this hot drop.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from Ecuador. In these early stages of the fight, Panama is still looking for any kind of opening into the scenario. It's really tough because that player across the street who can't really cross. That was an advantage earlier, but right now it really isn't anymore with how Ecuador is close to distance. You can tell 80s, he's in such a smart spot as well to hold any of the players on the other side, and there goes the knock. That means Dallas has the opportunity now to potentially rush into this building with the rest of his teammates, and the flash has already come through as well. I'm not sure how. Must have been a nade or a Molotov. Looks like it was a nade as they're entering this building. He tried to exit the balcony, but it's not even going to happen. Another knock going the way of Ecuador, which is cleaning up this hot job. But the point still stands. They've lost a player as well. That doesn't make it any better. Yet we've said this, even if they close out the last player now from Panama, which they potentially will, most likely will actually. They know where he is. The point still stands. They're in 7th place, 13 points so far. Make that 14 maybe with that next frag. Maybe potentially grab another point placement point, 15. You're still nowhere near qualification. And with 3 players, I mean, a big of a round as Chile had, just looks really unlikely.
Absolutely. Big rounds like that don't come easy. And they don't come easy with less players especially. And the thing is as well, look at the map, right? Like we have 1 minute 50 until phase 1 locks in. And we're getting sent into phase 2 already, right? Then they're not going to be ready for the shift. They're not going to be in a position with information. They're not going to be in a position where they can do a whole lot about it. And all of that because they've been in the hot drop. Panama gets saved there a little bit by the fact that they picked up a free kill onto Guatemala. So at least they've gotten 2 elims for now. But for neither of the teams, this is worth it at all. So maybe we'll see them break it up on day 2. Maybe especially if the Ecuador has a good game or 2 and they realize, hey, we're actually pretty close to contention here. We're actually pretty close to qualifying. Maybe that's a good reason to leave. But like we've said, we're not fans at this point, but we don't have to be. We're not the players. We're the commentators, and we'll figure out. We'll try and figure out at least why the teams keep going for this stuff. As we now see Uruguay also getting fairly interested in the Northern Georgopol area.
Uruguay not having the best of early games. I've talked about this. They need to get into later phases if they want to catch up. Otherwise, with how few matches are still remaining, but only the fourth one, it's going to get increasingly tough for them to make something happen. And same thing goes for them as with all the rest of the teams down there. I want to say below 6th place. We haven't seen a big round yet. We don't know if they're able to grab as many frags as Chile or Brazil consistently. If that doesn't happen, those rounds mean less chances. And they need more than just one chance to catch up at this point. So more is better, and in this instance, it really is as well. And Active, I talked about this. He needs to be the fragger to, stand up for this roster. But what more can he do if all the rest of his team has been eliminated already? Or is about to get flushed? Not really much. So he's rotating off. Unfortunately, the Titan Gaming NA representative in big trouble. Not only himself in this round, but his country. If you take a look at the overall leaderboard.
Decides not to take the 1v4, understandably so. Gets the hell out of there. But how much can you do as a solo? Argentina has been doing big moves as a duo, but solo so much harder at that. As we see the USA already picking up their third elims. Teams have started to go for these elims nice and early here, Alex, and with everybody getting very involved in fights, nobody's really looking for the third parties, and a lot of these fights are going fairly clean for the winning party. That being said, we've had a look at the map, and I've already seen a few camps set up as well. We've just seen Uruguay around the North Tropical area, and then Guatemala, the team that lost a player early, set up on the Cube area, the Cube compound. So maybe that's an area where we'll see some of our players get in trouble. But with a fourth of the lobby already eliminated, 33 players left, that means there's even more space in this phase 2 for everybody to find a home.
Yes, indeed. I'm interested to see how Uruguay is going to play this first circle. It's, as we said, not going to be an easy one. Quite the opposite.
There's that camp.
As they have more teams all around them. And yeah, that's the camp. Guatemala is looking to grab some points against Uruguay. That first frag is already taken place, and potentially a second one's yet to. Oh, he vaults on top of the wall instead of just jumping over. That might have just taken his life. That is so unfortunate. Inavi here now, at least having the advantage. He could bring things back. He's got the DBS in hand, but he can't seem to find the shot just yet. He's all alone there in the building. He has the opportunity to jump out. He doesn't do so. Now he does. But I think he's baiting around. Now, okay, so he was on the outskirts of it, but now he actually jumped out. So that means he's grabbed a little bit more distance. He's waiting for his teammates. In the meanwhile, it's going to be the revive from Siete going through. And there's still no other Guatemalan player anywhere close to this compound. I'm wondering why that is. Now the rotate comes on through as Tony is being chased by players on his own. This might just turn into a three-way fight.
Oh, that's a risky business now. They let them get the res in the compound as well. Not what Guatemala wanted to do with this, as they could have almost closed this out immediately, but they're giving them so much time to reset, so much time to get these reses, that they're putting themselves in a position now where you can see Brazil hunting on the outskirts of this fight, all around it. Little boy is not the only one that's knocking on the door. That's a good nade to push a player back, and they're trying to get the hell out of that Guatemala. They don't want to be in this anymore, but they had the upper hand, and they've really just given it away here.
Yeah, they really are. It started off so well, but it's not been the finishing. It's kind of missed the finishing touch, so to speak. And now that Brazil has closed in on them, they might even want to get a piece of the action. They know that Uruguay's lost a player now, and they know they're in the compound. So if they know that Guatemala has rotated off, they might decide to breach this. It's a 3-4 against a team that's unfortunately just not showing you really the amount of fighting strength you need to kind of fend off a team like Brazil. And so I can understand the decision-making that could potentially come out from Brazil if they want to breach this. I'd actually be in favor of doing so. If I were in Brazil's shoes, they need to kind of make a point and prove a point as well. But it's not the only fight that is happening. The United States, finally an early game they can be proud of. 3 frags. And potentially a 4th one to follow suit sometime soon. As Suriname is still inside the water treatment area, but with 1 player alone only.
Still the same fight we've seen before. The United States not messing around. They've taken 2 very, very quick frags, caught down the 3rd, and now they're hunting for the 4th. But this is possibly one of the worst spots in the game to be hunting a solo in. So much in your way that slows you down, so much that slows your movement. Argentina, similar things. Hunting a solo down, inactive on the roof. He's been solo for a while, and he is cleaned up. This time, not Mystic, it's Jerry who picks it up, but does not matter for Argentina. They want that kill point, they want that elim to close the gap towards Brazil as much as they can, and they've done so far. Uruguay not in good shape either. You can see not a lot of HP on most of their players. Nades are coming in. Cardix, Siete in dire straits, but Siete catches one on the outsides. That's Little Boy down. Bit of a vehicle mishap perhaps, just completely caught on an island, knocked and flushed. And that's one of these things you can't afford to have happen if you want to end up in a top 2 here. You need these players alive. You need to have 4 alive to play big games. And yes, they cleaned that up in the end here, Felix. But losing a member, losing a Little Boy in that engagement really, really hurts them. And it's one small mistake with a car that really just brings them down to 3 members.
Yeah. It's tough. And yeah, I thought this contest was going to happen. I wasn't too sure of it, but in the end it did, and Brazil here picking up some really well-earned points, but not without losing a player, and that's the problem, as you've said as well. This almost doesn't make it worth it after all. Good circle shift for Brazil, though. They can rotate over the western side of things, because they should know that Guatemala is somewhere around on that eastern side, somewhere close to the bridge. So if they're smart about this, they will rotate over the western side of this bridge, over the southwestern side of this, to be more accurate. And that's what they're doing. Really smart rotation coming out from Brazil. The good thing for Guatemala is that they could potentially spot this. They still have a player towards the ruins area. So if they know they're coming over, they could position for it as well. But I don't think it's going to happen in time. And Brazil should be able to rotate in towards this circle as a 3-man. And look, despite the circle being relatively centralized and having lots of playable field, there is barely any teams out of it right now. It's basically only 2 teams.
Not a lot of teams set up in a position to take the game away. Chile chilling on the edge. Argentina even further away from the center. Both of them looking content right now. Not really looking for moves just yet in this phase 4. Has 2 more minutes to close, and a bit of an interesting position for both of these squads here. You'd think they'd be interested at least in looking a little deeper. But so far, they're just focusing on holding down their edge and clearing whatever space they have around them. USA have given up a little bit to chase down the Suriname solo, but they will have another new contender on the doorstep here in a minute. Guatemala is the one cruising on in. And I'm not sure how much info they have, Alex. I'm not sure if they know what they're getting themselves into.
No, I don't actually think so either. I think they might be quite oblivious to the fact that there is more players right in front of them. And the way they're playing, it doesn't look like they really do. Argentina, so far so passive, holding on towards that deep eastern side. They know that Chile is playing to their west, also relatively centralized, time and time again, having the most centralized positions. It's not a coincidence either. They are making sure to actively reposition whenever the time arises. So good on Chile to make it happen. And you can see right there in this specific circle, a really strong spot to hold as well, especially since so many teams still have to fight. I mean, we have Suriname that 100% needs to rotate into the United States. We have Guatemala kind of having to do the same thing. And then there's Colombia in the distance too. So really, really troublesome times for all these teams on the edges.
It's especially troublesome when you have so many neighbors, right? It's not the worst thing to be on a phase 4 edge, but when you have so many teams around you that are doing the same thing, you've not a lot of compounds in front of you that are up for the taking. It's tricky spots to be in. But look at Brazil. We said this would be a good rotation for them. We said we would be happily coming around the western side, and yes, they have. They've even taken control of Octopus, that hill, to get more information. Circle's about to pop in just a few seconds. It's going to tell us where we're headed. And it's going to tell the teams what the play is. And oh boy, it's pretty much just Chile that gets let inside of this circle. The Churchill on the south, it's not really in anymore. Brazil can stay in on the hillsides, but the yellows are out as well. All of Watersound is out. All of these compounds are out. It's been a slow phase 4, but it's going to be a spicy, bloody phase 5.
Yes, it is. United States still around that water treatment area. As we will have this fight kick off any second now. They kind of have to know at this point that Guatemala is trying to exit towards the northwestern side of things. Question is, has United States got a plan on how they want to exit this? Because as of right now, the way they're positioned doesn't seem like they really know where the players are coming from, and it doesn't feel like they know what the next plan for the next phase is either. Because they need to rotate out of this one, that's for sure. And yes, they can do so late. They have the ridgelines just to their south.
Yeah.
But because of the fact that they don't know where the players are coming from, they might find themselves in a 2-3 despite having 4 players up. And that might be the problem for Team USA. They need a big round as well. 12 points is definitely not enough for qualification just yet. And it's getting into dangerous territory.
Absolutely agree. Getting into territory where the tournament can slip out of your hands very quickly. Brazil now unleashing onto Ecuador, coming down from the hillsides. It's Argentina from the top, Brazil from the bottom. There's a whole lot of damage coming in. Mystic does not stop letting these scope sprays ring on out, and they have taken a nice bit of ground on that southern side of the circle. They have to be careful about Chile as well getting involved, though. Chile coming out of the compound, they are looking for an option to engage, and if Argentina provides them any sort of weakness, we're probably going to see a fight on that southern edge. For now, Argentina is going to slow things right back down and figure out what to play, figure out what to do here, because they see a lot, but nothing that they see is free or easy to take in front of them.
Lorenz in. Little does he know, there's no one on that edge to contest them. All that preparation could be used to find a better spot towards these hillsides on the northern side of things. But significantly up their winning probabilities, because as of right now, it's not a great spot. It's not a bad spot either, but it's not a great spot. And they, as we saw, unfortunately lost a little bit towards that cube compound. So Brazil not in the best of scenarios to catch up to Chile in this round, especially since Colombia and plenty of other teams, especially Chile, has still got 4 players left alive. You can see how Colombia now tries to clean up this edge. Not to be excused with Ecuador, who's just gone out, unfortunately. Same goes for Suriname, as we are heading into the bigger placement points. United States right behind them. And look at this, Shaquille's is continuously driving over some of these players, and it looks like it's just one player left alive. Somehow Navy spots him through the smoke. One player from the United States, it's Bad Boy, who tries to bring things back. But it's not happening. United States will be eliminated. 4 eliminations as they went out. It might be enough to cling to hope, but is it really enough to bet on qualification? I don't think so just yet, especially since there's going to be more teams like Chile closing in on them.
That's a big knock, though. That's Potro going down, and I think that was across the map. That was Brazil letting them know that wherever they are, there's a watchful eye above them. Achilles hits the prone, tries to get the util out. He's trying to crawl, dodge, duck, and weave. If they get some good nades over there, there's a chance. I think that's a double knock. That's a double nade from Achilles. That's big. It's just MZ left on his feet to fight this, and that's looking good for Colombia. They can now get in the cars. They can speed this up. But they have to be careful that the kills do not get stolen away. Any knock here probably getting flushed out as well. MZ, getting the hell out of there. But look at the minimap. Brazil's already here to greet them, and Brazil does not want Colombia to go anywhere. Despite winning this fight, they're still in massive trouble here.
Massive, massive trouble indeed. Achilles now has to get into the vehicle. Navy's right there with him. Open energy, maybe even inside the smoke. That's actually a good idea. You're not full health. You need to make sure you're not dying on this rotate. Otherwise, the advantage might be back in Brazil's favor. The way they're playing these ridge lines right now, they're doing a really good job of just controlling everything right in front of them. And especially since Colombia hasn't really lost too many players, that means that they have so many options to drive into. Brazil with all these angles has brought things back. As I've said, 3 more kills being secured since that last fight. And all around these open fields, they've been able to almost weaken any other team except for Argentina. It's going to bring them back into their driving seat in this one, especially their knock against Chile was so damn important. So the duty in this one has been done already. 7 frags for them and a top 5 finish secured. That's at least going to be enough to stay close, no matter who's winning this game.
Taking out Chile as well, ruining their chances is big for everybody else in the lobby, themselves included. Argentina in a really good spot to win this as well, but not a lot of elims so far. Not up to speed with some of the other teams. And then you have Guatemala proning it out. Tony trying to stay alive in this. He's got a good, solid spot, but as soon as a move comes out from the rest of the Colombian players, maybe from Brazil coming down from the mountain, he's in big, big trouble. And like we said, Argentina, good spot to win it. Good terrain in front of them, but they have to make it count here. They have to figure out a way to speed up the game. They've been quiet. Everybody else has been scrapping, warming up, fighting, getting elims, getting squad wipes. Argentina has to start kicking it now, and every fight is going to be so much more important.
One more going out for Tony. A top 4, top 3 could be a massive step into the right direction. Once again, I said this is a good step up from Guatemala last game. But I also said they need 2 more of these. And a match 4 like that could bring change to the dire situation that they're in. So we're approaching phase 7, and iDrop has now been looted by Octi. Should give Argentina the final bit of advantage. If they haven't had the advantage up until this point, based off of man advantage, obviously, circle position, then that is going to seal the deal. Argentina now in a prime spot to take home the first chicken dinner, the one that they've been desperately needed. And to be honest, Argentina hasn't looked like they can win games. Up until this point, it's all been Chile. It's all been Brazil, to be honest. That could change things. That could bring a different contender now into the realm of qualification. And if they win this, could also mean Brazil is being dropped out of it, which would be the biggest upset for today, despite 2 more matches remaining. Now that push is slowly but surely coming in. The first smokes are being dropped by Brazil. And with around 20 more seconds inside, safer phases of this zone, they have a couple of more options of players to shoot at. And there goes Colombia. More frags being secured by Brazil. That's important because they don't know how this next fight is going to go.
Yeah, it was a really interesting trade-off they had to make there. Is how fast do you want to go and how sure you want to make that you're getting some of these kills. Now they have decided it is time to go. After a little bit of a waiting period, there Lorenzen is just flying on in though. He's going crazy with it, just runs through them like a butter knife through hot butter and even gets away with one. The nades come back, they do good damage. There's a bit of a reset angle for Argentina, but Mystic's down. He's been the numbers man, he's been the crazy impact player, and look at the angle Diego has as well, Felix. This is looking so good for Brazil just once again.
Massive, massive stuff, as you said. Yeah, this is, once again, like an interesting change. There's one fight back. That's a good nade against Lorenzen. That's what they needed. Rema bringing things into the realm of possibility again. It didn't look like it there for a brief period in time. Maybe with that Molotov and another nade, actually. I think it was a nade. They could potentially actually do this. That's a nade back. Law is being shot in the back. He's being taken down, but it doesn't matter as Argentina has been wiped and Brazil does the unthinkable. And just when we think there's going to be another contender that could do this, it's Argentina being wiped in a 4v3 with the rest of the lobby still watching, not making any sudden moves. And it's back to Chile and Brazil to close out this game.
So close again. Another 1v1 for such a massive amount of points that it comes down to here. Now we have the solo scrapping it out. Guatemala, Chile, trying to make the best of it, trying to play for second place. As Law and the rest of Brazil are just going to be chilling, biding their time. They're in the circle. They don't have to make a whole lot of moves. They're going to maybe sit this one out and just figure out who they actually do have to eliminate for this win. They don't need to get overly aggressive here. They don't need to take a risk. Because any risk that actually materializes very quickly brings you into a 1v1. And that's not a situation you want to be in. We saw that from Chile in the last one. They got a little overzealous. They got a little crazy. I don't feel like Brazil is the same type of team. They've seemed very calculated so far. And if they're taking a risk, it's probably for a better position in this circle to have a better chance of winning the game, not just to get one more frag on the board.
Final zone is going to close any second now. Tony behind that ridge line, looking for anyone that needs to move before he does. And it might just so happen to be the case that Chile has to do so. You can see the zone closing. I think it's just about on the side of the circle, but at least the next one, which obviously ends on the dot in the very center of it, should seal the deal. This is going Brazil's way. I don't think there's any other way. Maybe if Tony or, I guess, Messi gets any kind of knock on towards Brazil, maybe then becomes possible somehow, but they would really need to play this as a duo.
Yeah.
In order for Brazil to lose this. But
won't.
then again, Brazil is leaving this position prematurely. I'm not so sure I agree with this as the zone is closing in. Well, Chile is just going to die to the blue zone. That at least seals the deal. Now it's all down to Tony. He's done amazing things so far. I think he's going to deny as well. He knows that Brazil is in close proximity of qualification spots, if not already in them. But this one, they surely will be. So denying this one is a very smart play. Same goes for Chile. That is direct competition that they deny the points to. So strategic thinking here in the very last phase.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. It's not very climatic. It's not very exciting to see a deny at the end, but it is the right play when you're fighting someone that's so close to contention and that's so close to you on the scoreboard as well. 12 elims though for Brazil. It is another key fight, right? We had key fights, one for Chile in the last two games. We have a key fight one here for Brazil, and it was the 3 versus 4 versus Argentina, right? That they have no right to win, essentially. They have to pull up into them. They have to take the fight to them, and they do so well, fast, and convincingly. Not a fight you're supposed to win, like I said, but they do so cleanly, and that gives them the win in the end.
Really good stuff as we head back towards the first phase of this match. It's been a weird hot job, I guess you can say, a weird contest. It didn't really go any way, but you got to give credit to, I guess, Ecuador to still make it that far into the game. That's not really usual for these types of contests. And then obviously Brazil controlling that western edge so very long, so methodical, so cleanly, so disciplined. And ultimately that fight against Argentina, sealing the deal on who's going to win this round. But so many teams putting up massive fights all around these edges. Even teams that aren't really in contention for any qualifier spot. We've got to give it to United States. We've got to give it to Colombia, Ecuador, all these teams really making a name for themselves at the moment.
And Colombia as well, like winning a massive fight there, but Brazil just playing it so fast and so aggressive towards them, they actually don't let them into the circle. So you can just tell, sometimes you do all the right decisions, you actually put yourself ahead, but Brazil plays it really, really well, and you don't really have a chance to come into this late game. So this is really, really punishing, and that's something that we've said after the Sanhok game is you walk into Brazil, maybe you're just in for a bad time. Diego with 7. And not a lot of damage received, not a crazy amount of damage dealt. You can see Lorenzen was the damage dealer this round, but super efficient, dishing out a crazy amount of knocks and elims while not farming all too much damage. So Diego really a key point man in this one.
Yeah, good stuff. As we head on over to the match summary, we've seen all these statistics time and time again. Only 8 headshots, I guess. The only really surprising factor in this one. Eliminations maybe a little bit higher than usual due to the fact that Brazil was only a 2-man when this game ended. But other than that, nothing out of the ordinary. It's all Brazil in match number 4. It is the Brazilian representatives cleaning up this match. Diego with this time around 7 frags. He's been not underperforming, I'd say, but he definitely hasn't been the strongest fragger in these games up until this point. But in this one, he's made it work, helps his team to gain 22 points in a single match.
Crazy.
And with 12 eliminations, that is a very good round to have, especially as Brazil was seemingly dropping down just a tiny, tiny bit with this one, they have ruled out any doubt that these guys will be fighting for qualification.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the gap as well, right? 22 points, and the next highest is 8. We haven't really seen gaps that high most of the games, and that is due to the fact that they picked up so many elims with everything else being spread out super evenly. And that's two things, right? That's Brazil performing really, really well, but that's also some of the bottom teams that we've talked about a little bit, coming back and picking up a few scraps for themselves. The US picking up 4, Ecuador was picking up 4, Panama was picking up frags, Uruguay was picking up a frag, so making it harder for a lot of the other teams to grab these points. And yeah, a really, really wide gap. And like we said before as well, Guatemala, second good showing in a row.
Yeah. Very good. Guatemala needed another good round. Same thing can be said for Colombia, as we're seeing right now in these head-to-head statistics.
7-1.
7-1, yeah. Unfortunately, Diego has really run away with it. This round has definitely been Diego's round, and in general, it's been Brazil's round with that fight against Argentina, solidifying their position in the qualification spots. 12-4, and obviously 8-2 assists as well. Almost, well, not really almost, but 2.5 times the damage that Colombia had, who also really had a great game. You said it yourself. They're making their way up the leaderboard, but not enough to really catch these top teams. And wow, I didn't think that was going to be possible. Brazil with that one single game, once again, due to the fact that Chile really didn't do much with that position down towards the southern side. Surprisingly, I might add, overtaking them by just a single point, but overtaking them nevertheless. And that's going to mean the top 2 positions will continuously trade off of each other, but also makes it even tougher for everyone else, because once again, it's 17 points already. That's almost a chicken dinner now in difference between Argentina, the 3rd place, and Chile.
Yeah, and then a big gap below Argentina as well. So this leaderboard is separating very fast here, considering we only have 11 teams, considering it is fairly easy to get into placements. The leaderboard is spreading itself wide, and we'll have to wait and see what the teams can do. But it's Argentina is the team that kind of needs to step it up now to close the gap, to really have a good feeling coming into tomorrow. It would have been really nice for them if they could have managed to win this game. I think they still did a good job this game overall, but just one more fight and they could be absolutely up there in that top 2 bunch. As we have another look at Diego, his performance stellar this game, keeps Brazil in it and keeps Brazil at an arm's length of 3rd place.
Yeah, Diego with the MVP performance, and the representatives for Brazil, the Influence Rage Gaming guys, as they are called, at least in terms of organizational representation, putting up huge numbers. Still, I feel like they haven't really changed their type of play, and we talked about this in match 1. We expected them to maybe play more aggressive. So far, they're showing us really disciplined, calm and methodical type of play, except for that one scenario just last game, where they breached, I do believe it was that Guatemala, and I'm not sure who it was anymore, but that fight towards the Cube compound. And I thought maybe now things changed, but the rest of the match was played exactly the way that we expected them to play this, right? Slow and calm and methodical. So good stuff coming out from Brazil. I'm excited to see these guys continue to perform.
Yeah, maybe trying to take a page out of the Chile playbook there, you know, maybe seeing how that works for the other team and trying to be a little bit more aggressive. And I think it was well executed, except for just one small mistake, and that cost them a player, but in the end, still enough to win the game as 3 because they play it so well. We have 2 more games for you guys. We have 2 more Miramars coming up. So yes, we are heading to a short break, but we've got 2 more good matches of Pubg Esports right after that, so don't go anywhere. 2 more games tonight. 2 more Miramars. We're switching up the maps. It's been 3 Erangels. There's been a lot of Chile. There's been a little bit of Brazil in the mix here and there. But we'll have to see what they can do on Miramar, because there right now are the 2 top dogs and nobody's really getting close. Argentina's trying, but these 2 are running away with it.
Argentina had that massive chance last game, and I still feel like they should have taken it. It was a 4v3. They had the zone, they had an airdrop as well, literally gifted, popped right in front of their feet, and they still weren't able to take down Brazil, even as a 3-man. That goes to show you how strong that lineup really is, even though they haven't really shown us that fighting strength all that much in this game. It's been more so kind of slow and methodical, controlled approaches, I want to say, towards these zones. And then this last match happened, and they breached the team very early on. And I thought they weren't going to do it. I hoped they would. And these madmans, they actually did it. And it worked out, but they lost a play in the process. Still won the game, though, so goes to show you Brazil, even when doing mistakes on these small, very small, tiny, executions, these guys are still in the running for every single round. And yeah, to get back to our predictions, Kobo, we said Chile and Brazil were going to run away with it. So far, it does look like it, right? 17 points difference to, I think it is, Argentina. And then below Argentina, it's even more so. I think it's 13. Additionally, 13 points difference from Argentina to Guatemala. So add that up, it's going to be so tough for anyone catching up, unless it happens right now.
Teams will have to start now, and that's the only way you get close. And I'm scared for tomorrow. I'm hoping we don't just have teams locked in tomorrow, because if these teams keep playing like that, it's really looking like they're on a different level. And it's looking like Argentina's good, but Argentina's not on the same level that Chile and Brazil are playing on right now. They lose way too many members early, and they're not convincing enough in their late game fightings. They've been on the shoulders of Mystic quite a bit. Guatemala has shown some signs of life, like we said. Not enough just yet. Hoping the team closes the gap. Hoping we have another winner, maybe a new winner here in match 5 or 6. So the leaderboard gets a little bit more exciting than it is right now.
Yeah, we also said how strong it favors teams that will be able to pick up these chicken dinners. And so far, that's exactly how we predicted, right? Brazil closing out games they need to. Even some they don't necessarily should, like last game. But the ones they need to, they're closing out. And the same goes for Chile. I thought they had another amazing spot just last game. Unfortunately, they messed it up on that northern execution against Colombia. I think they kind of underestimated Colombia with these strong individuals as well so far in this tournament. But yeah, it's we said it's going to favor these teams that will pick up these wins. It's Chile and Brazil. And guess who's standing at the very top? Obviously, it's Chile and Brazil. And not only that, yes, that's to be expected if you pick up all the rounds. It's nothing unusual. But with the amount of distance, that's the crazy part, right? Because all these teams that close out games are also able to pick up some amount of kill points. And that leaves almost no points for the rest of them to be gained, right? If you don't get 10 placement points out of that very small pool of placement points, that's to be gained anyways. And you don't also get a massive amount of kill points, because these top teams that are already picking up the rounds are also additionally good fraggers, then that leaves no points for the rest of them. And just look at the second part of the leaderboard. These guys are 1/10 of the way that some of these top teams are.
Yeah. It's tough. Hard to compete. Harder to compete when you hot drop, and harder to compete when you hot drop on 2 maps. Panama and Ecuador look to be going at it again. In Monte Nuevo, that is. As the circle pops on Hacienda del Patron, Argentina in a prime spot to take whatever they want. Brazil, a bit tricky towards the south, but I'll say it again. There's another hot drop, and it's another one that we might be shaking our heads at. But maybe we'll see a clear winner this time. Maybe we'll see someone emerge from the chaos. It's not been the case in the last few games.
No. It's not been the case in the last few games. That means it's it's gonna be different maybe in the next game, but also not really, because now these teams know they're contesting, but I'm guessing they knew that beforehand, and this is not a coincidence that they are hot dropping again. But let's be honest, if it does change next game, at least that means some kind of, I guess, learning process has happened. because none of these teams are in a good spot. Panama, especially not last place right now, 6 points. Have they already given up a qualification? I don't think so just yet. But after this game, mathematically, it's getting almost impossible. So I think at that point, it might not even matter if they contest or not. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird situation for them.
Yeah.
For Ecuador, on the other hand, though, 15 points is not out of the running just yet.
Exactly.
Almost a similar spot, but it's at least it's a couple of points more.
That's the thing. It gets into this really weird dynamic where if Ecuador keeps playing like they are and Panama keeps playing like they are, it might become a worse idea for Ecuador to keep hot dropping, while it might not matter for Panama anymore. So they can continue losing these and they can continue not playing good games and still maybe win the hot drop in the sense that Ecuador is leaving. Because one good game of Ecuador puts them into 4th place. And that means suddenly you're smelling qualification for the World Esports Cup. And suddenly you're looking to definitely not hot drop anymore and just focus on putting out the most points each single game. So it's a bit of an odd story how these hot drops can sometimes unfold. But regardless of that, they haven't helped their chances today by hot dropping 3 out of 4 maps. And they're now just making that 4 out of 5.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. It's a weird spot for both of these teams. Especially considering that, as you've said as well, there is limited points to be picked up and that they will hinder each other more than what they should be, right? You're not going back on any of these days. You're not replaying any of these rounds, so you don't know what your potential might have been and the positions that you might have gotten into if you wouldn't have had this contest. Because you had the contest, you'll never find out. So, once again, it massively hinders your potential, and I'll never understand why teams in a one-off tournament, it's not 2 international teams that potentially are fighting for spots throughout the entirety of the year, looking at the global championship. It's a one-off tournament for a lot of these teams. So fighting for specific loot spots makes almost no sense. And I really don't like to trash talk teams, so to say. But in this instance, I really do not understand the thinking process behind these contests. You're kind of just destroying your own game. And then for us, it's bad also because we want to see you guys perform, right? We want to see you guys get into a clean game from the very start until the very beginning. Show us what you're made of. Show us the kind of decision making that you go through in a round like this. And then who knows? Maybe you'll get into 1 or 2 good decisions. 1 or 2 good situations. You might be able to show more than what you maybe have planned for as well. Sometimes circles can play a role in this one too. Maybe you get a couple of good circles and you start feeling it, and you start suddenly trashing on people, and who knows? Maybe you'll have a better performance than you think. But a continuous hot drop like this is not going to be able to put you in these types of situations.
It almost never is. It almost never works out that way. But like we said, it's pretty open for grabs still, especially when you're looking at Ecuador. So maybe they do come out and prove us wrong, and maybe they have the day of their lives tomorrow. United States, similar situation for them. Got a few points on the leaderboard, not doing terribly, but they are putting points on the board, and Bad Boy is starting the game off well. First defeat of the game, picks up a nice one, and hurts a team close by, which is always a nice added bonus in this early game.
United States had problems in the early game. We've talked about this ever since last game. They are turning things around. They are still fighting players early on, but at least now they are winning these duels. Second time in a row now that they've gotten away with that early fighting. They've taken a player off of Guatemala, a team that is also contesting all around these middle spots. Our top 2 only going to Riyadh is make that qualification at the moment, at least, at this point in time. Rather unlikely, but they're putting up a good performance. They're putting off a good showing. Maybe a couple of fights too many all around phase 3, phase 4, phase 5, but showing us that even a lesser experienced roster can be dangerous to almost anyone.
Those are the things you love to see. Those are the things you love to see. Signs of life, right? Teams coming back from a rough start is a good sign. It's good for their mental, but it also shows that they are able to come back from a bit of adversity. And you love to see that in any team that you're watching. Circle is about to close on in. Chile in a promising spot towards the southern side. Argentina super central. Not taking crazy amounts of space, not getting super greedy. And then Brazil with a classic edge rotation. Sweeping around the eastern edge. Getting into truck stop. And getting ready for whatever phase 2 might throw their way.
Yeah. Good position for Argentina. That is a circle shift that might give us a little bit of a flashback towards match number 1 and 2. We had a phase 3 as well, but I think only one other team, maybe even no other team on Erangel towards that eastern side of Lumberyard was really inside of it. And this time around it's no different. It's only Argentina that will be able to recenter almost immediately. Little do they know though that they are still, despite the circle having popped out for 15 seconds, they're still the only team fully inside the safe zone, right? Uruguay is now rotating in towards it, but really not in as a full foreman yet. So they'll be having free pick of choice. They can pick anything they want to, and I'm gonna be interested to see what they pick. There's this compound all out in the open towards the inside of water treatment. A really tough to reach compound with lots of space all around it that I think they're aiming for. But not too many options to rotate out of it in case it does shift away. But look at this, they're splitting this one. I love this. They should not go for a centralized compound just yet. Split it, grab as many information as you can, and potentially deny some more spots to all the other teams.
Yeah, I love to see that. Just gotta make sure you stay safe. Gotta make sure you don't get punished. Now, Jarrett is the first one getting out a few shots towards Siete. And that's a good bunch of damage connected. Wow, very, very long range. Very hard to hit these shots. Maybe with a DMR, but even then. Fast cars driving at full speed and not something you generally do tend to hit. And that's being said, Rema is the one that actually gets himself knocked. And yes, they have a lot of space, but they got to be careful. Knocks like this can snowball very, very quickly when teams around you realize you're getting knocked and you're losing control of the area because you have to go for a res. So Argentina, they're playing with a bit of fire, but I don't mind it. I like to see it. I like to see them get a little bit more fruity, a little bit more aggressive, because they have to step it up one notch and they have to figure out what way that is for them.
Yeah. I mean, you said it perfectly right then and there. They need to be more aggressive, and they need to, especially they need to close out more games. It's a miracle that these guys are on 40 points without winning any of these games, right? It's been Brazil and Chile only, so for them to still be that high up on the leaderboard is just, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of a miracle almost. So imagine they close another game today. I think they'd be right back out there, the likes of Chile and Brazil, and I think that's what they're aiming for in this game as well. So I might even have to retract that statement with being more aggressive. I think they just need to be more consistent in the late game. They need to win the fights. I was about to say they need to lose less players, but even that hasn't been a problem necessarily, right? I mean, they were a 4-3 in that fight against Brazil just last game, and they still managed to lose it. So
yeah, depends on the game, right? They did start
spots.
the first 2 matches as duos, and that definitely cost them as well. But yeah, 100%. If they could close out any of these games, they'd be looking really good, and that might be the circle that they're given. That might be the chance that they're given. And you only get given a certain amount of chances in a best of 12. You can't win every single game. This one is looking pretty winnable right now for Argentina if they get one more good circle or they make another good rotation. So they should be looking to close this one out, and if they can, that will be a big step towards their success. Panama has found 2 towards Uruguay. They have sprung the trap from the roadside, taken the compound as well. I don't think they ever got their first knock. I think that might have been stolen away. But now maybe Siete is the one that they can flush on out. The nade's not doing the trick. Not the easiest ones to throw, but you also hate to see this. You hate to see 2 nades wasted on a knock that doesn't get confirmed. As you can see, Winter, he's thinking about it. He wants to throw another one, but he also doesn't want to waste it. So now he's realized, okay, maybe it's time to just wait this one out and make sure it bleeds.
Brazil still hoping to grab that first kill. Not happened just yet, unfortunately, as they are driving all around that eastern side, not to be confused with Panama on the minimap. Ooh. Have found that first frag. And have got a pretty interesting 3-1 split. I really like what they did right there. Making sure to group that up as soon as it gets too dangerous. But that split denies all players any position towards the southern side. And also gives you plenty of more information towards that southern and western side especially. Now that first fight for Chile is coming in, and it's United States. That unfortunately for any American viewer will not go the way of the United States and will instead go the way of Chile. They will secure that first one. The rest of the United States players, I actually really like what they play with this one as well. Being split that far apart, there is no real support possible, and they're just pulling up on these United States players now. Next one goes down, that's Bad Boy being straight up harassed almost on that rock side. But yeah, United States on a really good split. Unfortunately, it's just Chile. That's just too damn good in this lobby, and they just will not allow it.
Such a tricky thing in these PUBG mobile games. How much do you split? How scared are you of getting punished? And who is the team that might want to punish you? Chile is number 1 on the list that you don't want flying into your compound, that you don't want smelling any weakness. And if they kill 2 of you, they will look for the other 2 as well. Look at this. Surrounded by sharks are the 2 US Americans in the building, trying to get their nails on out, trying to do it all. Elite comes around the corner. A few more util pieces are being expanded by the Chilean squad, and that's 1 found now on Elite. There's a chance for them to make this costly. It's a chance for them to turn this around. The second knock in the kill feed makes this even trickier. Chile might be tripping over this. They might have gone too far. They might have gone too aggressive too soon. And there's a chance for this to go all sorts of wrong. Potro on the close range has to do it all. He's got Eureka on the far, but any sort of damage coming in could do the trick. And even if it's just a flush, we've talked plenty about how losing 1 member is good enough to hurt your game to a massive extent.
Yeah. And that fight is just not going to happen the way you say wanted it to go. He will be flushed out of his Patrock. I talked about him plenty of times now, and I'll happily do it again. One of the most experienced players in this lobby from Team Keizo. Taking him down as the rest of the players will be revived as well. This is 4 points being cleaned up in a very convincing fashion. And the Miramar Brazil has gone down. That's a big upset as well. Finally, space for Argentina now to do something about this. Finally gives them an opportunity to call back towards that second place.
A chance. An opening, maybe. Chile, lots of space on the south as well. Airdrop in their way. Can they realize the compound to their west is free? It would take them quite a while to scout it, but it is a possibility. Maybe not something they expect. But if they do their due diligence and do cover all the angles, they will realize there's a bit of space towards that west and they don't have to swing back east. But for now, they've decided to go for the fighting line, not the rotation line. And lots of fights to be had on that eastern edge they just go to. You can't really blame them for it. Fighting has been what's been working for them. Fighting has been what got them into late games. And there's Potro in the kill feed, already picking up the next.
See if there's going to be more than that. Doesn't look like it just yet. Panama trying to wait and see if they can somehow grab more control. But I think in that comp plan, unfortunately, yes, you're in a good spot, but you're not really grabbing any more kill points. And I think that's the problem. As we see Chile pulling up. And it's Guatemala now that is in big trouble. And these guys are so aggressive. That is amazing to see. Chile closes out another edge. And even though that wasn't necessarily a good position to play off of, they just want to find these frags.
And they're just so unbelievably aggressive at it. Guatemala, you could see, had no idea. They had no idea what was coming towards them. They had no idea what was going on. And Chile just farms them there. No chance to react either. Crazy stuff coming out of the Chilean squad. I'm not quite sure where that's all come from, but the confidence is so there for them. And Guatemala, the team that we said had a bit of an upset, had a bit of a comeback in the last 2, has just been sent absolutely packing.
Yeah, no chance for them. Next zone is about to close in. Argentina still having deep circle center. Chile could have had that as well, but they decided to play a completely different style than what we've seen the rounds before. Yes, there isn't a definitive winning position just yet. I kind of want to say I think there's plenty of options to play this zone, and we've seen the circle end in the open fields towards the east side of water treatment time and time again. And at that point, sometimes these east ridgelines are sometimes stronger than the compound. I think your team, obviously, in a couple of recent tournaments that you're coaching, has had that same bit of trouble. But this time around, yeah, Chile is not playing it anyways. It is Argentina indeed. More fights coming out now. Dominican Republic, Papizawa. We've seen some good shots from him as well to this day. But it needs to be more. Dominican Republic 11 points. Only every single point right now incredibly valuable.
They need to grab whatever they can get, and this fight is one of the ways for them to make this round count. Plenty of space in front of them, plenty of dips to be played into, but you'd love to kill a team next to you. You'd love to grab a few kill points and weaken anybody coming your way. You can see on the minimap as well, they have a fairly straight route into this zone, but what they're picking is low ground dips, so they would love to take out some of these players before they go. And with them spreading themselves so wide as well here, you can see Emperador is nowhere close to the rest of the squad. Or the duo around Emperador is nowhere close to the rest of the squad. And they have to be careful about which fight they take and how they take it. And they are now falling away from it, repositioning themselves. Not sure if it's the right play. It's one of the plays that they had on the table. We'll have to wait and see if it does work out, or if it's maybe a little bit too passive and it does come back to bite them in the long run.
Yeah. Guatemala, meanwhile, eliminated. Not finding any placement points either, as we're now just entering the top 8. 3 teams only have been eliminated up until this point. It does prove to be a rather slow start to this game. Pubg now finding another opening. Who would have thought? This guy, time and time again, he's been putting up one hell of a show. Colombia, though, in the meanwhile, finding one from Suriname, too, who's down to 2 players only now. For Colombia, yes, we've praised them. In bigger trouble than some of these other teams, at least in terms of finding a potential spot to play off of. As you can see, they still need to find their way and rotate their way in to phase number 5, potentially phase number 6, if they survive up until then. And Argentina, we might just see the first fight for them in this round too. They've been able to scour around this compound. They've been able to hide inside of it. But it's not really giving them many points. 3 points only. That's not going to be enough to catch up to Brazil just yet. They need to win this next fight against Ecuador.
It's their next big challenge. And it's one they have to stay clean in. It's one they have to come out on top of. They have all the tools they needed. They just need to execute now. And like you said, circles in their favor. Compound is in their favor. Should be all but doable, and from there on out they can play a big game, but sometimes it's very hard to get out of the compound, like you said earlier. So the points you get before you have to get out of the compound are even the more important. Colombia, like you said as well, team that needs points, but a team that has now pulled up into a really, really good area to try and start closing out the edge and try to start punishing teams in front of them like Panama.
Iesf. They've got this small ridgeline in front of them. Needs to be careful of not being shot out. So these are some amazing shots, and they are getting right into this next fight. It is the Dominican Republic obviously being right in front of them. They're just driving on through, and Emperador is taken down almost instantly, but it's 2 quick trades going the way of the Dominican Republic, and they're holding off Colombia right now in a really big fashion. Just 2 players left alive, and they're nowhere close to be found as the next breach comes on through. Argentina has to defend this compound too. What a nade! It is Rema unfortunately hitting himself. I thought that was a big one from Ecuador, but no. Yeah, it's Rema unfortunately nading himself, and this might just be the differentiator on who wins this fight, but I'll take it back. Octi takes down one of the Ecuadorian players, even though it is stolen by Chile. That means it's back to a 3-on-3.
They get a little bit of help from range as well. The DMRs are coming in, not just the kill steals, but opening knocks as well. Making this a little easier for the Argentinian squad. Now they want to clear, now they want to get aggressive, but they're leaving players alone there. Octi Not in range with the shotgun just yet. They want to go fast here. They want to go quick on this. But any nade coming on in could be absolute disaster. They're so bunched up. They're so stacked up. You can see they want to reset this. And finally, from the outside, I think they've cleared it. At this point, Ecuador does go down. Lots of help coming in from the outsides. But I don't think there's a res on Rema unless they're absolutely speeding through this. No, the bleed out comes on in. And that's going to sting Felix because they need every single man to get out of this compound.
Yeah, they really do. Unfortunately, just having some players exit is not going to be enough. Colombia keeps on rotating inwards. They found themselves a good dip. They've got vehicles as well. I don't think any of these vehicles are, unfortunately for any of these other teams, taken out of consideration to be a potentially, to be used in a potential other rotation, as they seem to be working still. This could be the difference between them making a couple of more placement points here. Because look at these next ridge lines. Yes, walking them might be troublesome, but if you have another vehicle right there in the smoke, you might find a way to kind of sneak your way in and find another ridge line you can potentially use the car as cover with. Because the one thing that's really tough for some of these teams all around them is really just cleaning through these ridge lines, because the sight lines are so open all around that eastern side. And you can see Uruguay right now having that exact problem, right? The sidelines just being too much. Argentina is being shot on the back as well. 6 frags so far. We talked about this. This is not enough just yet to catch Brazil.
This is what they have to do, though. This is where they have to get aggressive, because coming out of the compound can be quite hard. They need to flex out to the north, get aggressive, take a few kill points, maybe take some space there. If they just stay south, if they just stay alive in the compound, they'll eventually fall to Chile. So I was ready to call this a Chile win. If they would have stayed in the compound. Now that they're moving out, I think they've given themselves a fighting chance, and they've given themselves a chance to rack up some kill points on the way. Circle's about to pop. It's about to tell us where we go. Octi, he's going to have to make a move, and I think he's put his car in the blue zone as well. Not the optimal situation to be in. And look at Potro, man. Potro is just knocking them down. It's like he's playing tennis. He's serving knock after knock after knock. And that's a lot of pressure on Argentina now, because time is ticking. 30 seconds until the circle starts moving, and they still want to get that res.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a problem, I think. Unfortunately, for some of these teams. But by the looks of it, I think they've done it. So Chile is back on 4. Argentina is back on 3 as well, with that res just there. And Colombia, Dominican Republic, and Panama being on 2 and 3 players themselves. It's going to leave the advantage from Chile, at least the potential man advantage, but that's not even the team we have to focus on. You have to focus on Argentina, because Chile is on first place no matter what happens. The amount of points they've already secured with the 8 eliminations. So it's all down to Argentina. Can they make something miraculous happen here? Or will they choke again in the late game stages, just like last game? For any Argentina fan. I'm hoping not, obviously. But it looks like with how strong Chile has been performing throughout this day and also in this round. 2 more nades, cleaning up Panama, cleaning up the Dominican Republic. All these teams on the eastern side, unfortunately, meeting Chile just a bit too early. And that's going to meet, that's going to mean, unfortunately, getting to the next round, because Chile's just not to be beat right now.
They look so clean, and they took the fighting line, and you can tell why they did. They're looking good in these. A few nades are coming out. It's a trade towards Argentina in the distance, but Argentina has cleared the solo. But we are what feels like just a minute away from watching a 4 versus 3 Chile versus Argentina. The solos are getting cleared up slowly. The duo in the middle as well, Colombia, should be short-lived, but just looking so strong on that eastern edge, just feeling so clean right now. They can wait this out as well. They don't have to push any of these solos. They can take their time here and wait for phase 8 to pop, tell them where to go exactly. Chile has a lot of cards in their hand right now, and oh my god, what a nade like this gonna help Legend. He can maybe get a heal off, but look, there's so much more coming. Surely that last one barely does the trick. The first hit just comes through. Now the car blows up. Chile's, yes, they can wait, but why would they? They're just cleaning up, they're cleaning house, and they want to claim everything for themselves.
Man, I thought Brazil was going to be more dominant than this, but I got to keep coming back to this talking one that we said, that Chile is looking more dangerous than any of these teams. And oh, Eureka, he's got options for more. He finds one. I think the second player from Colombia barely escaped into the vehicle, but he's got an Argentina player right behind him as well. And he's going to be taken down by him, actually. I don't think that is a frag that went the way of Eureka. No, it wasn't. So Argentina is going to be at least picking up one more frag. 8 items. Let's see if it's going to be enough. Ooh. This is a good nade. This is a nasty nade coming in from Navy, and he's not being taken down by the return nade. This is what they need. This is an opening now for Argentina. Look at the last player in this game. It's from the Dominican Republic. It's inactive. We talked about him as well. Massive performance. Chimes in, grabs himself a spot in the open circle, and that's going to mean an isolated fight now for all of these teams. Eureka being flushed out. This is their chance. Argentina needs to make it happen if they want to catch up to Brazil.
Jerry is there, quick reaction. Mystic, though, taken out. Is the big gun out of the picture. They need to find the return here quickly. They found the opening, but they were outnumbered to start this fight here, Felix. They were outnumbered when this kicked off. And now Potro is going to get the heal off. No, the molly is good. The util is carrying this fight right now. The throwables from Argentina are off the chart. They brought this down into a 2v2. But I have to say, it's a hard one. MZ, beautiful angle, beautiful ridgeline, lots of area control. Jerry makes a good move, though. Gets themselves really, really, really close. And they now have a fighting chance. This is in each of their hands. This is a potential for Argentina to close the gap here. What is that?
Oh, wow. That was way too close for comfort. As there's going to be another nade being popped out. How many nades do these guys have? That is nuts. So much stuff being looted. Otherwise, I can't really explain how 100%. How they were really able to get that much into their inventory throughout the entirety of this game.
Woo!
It's a good thinking. That's the first opening. There's one player going down. It might be Chile for the first time, not taking this one, but it might be too early to tell, as Navi has now been taken down. He immediately goes for the knock, and look at this act. He knows he can't really push across this line, but he does so anyway. Shotgun in hand,
no
and
way.
It does it. It's the 1v2 coming out from Chile, and we thought it was going to be a different winner this time around. No, it isn't. We thought too early, as Chile once again takes on one more dinner with 15 eliminations. And I said at the very beginning, that eastern side is perfect for cleaning up edges, but you need to be able to do so as well. And one team really is in this lobby up until this point. It is Chile, time and time again.
Oh boy. It's starting to sting now for Argentina. When they started the day with 2 second places in a row they had no business getting, it wasn't all so bad. They got another second place where maybe they could have won it. Now they're getting second places where they've already won the game. That has to sting, but what a clutch coming out of Chile. And yeah, I mean, they start that game where they start that game where they pick the last one off, and it feels like it's just frag after frag after frag. Early hot drops, or not hot drops, but early fights for Chile. Going right back into fighting territory and never leaving it until they won the game. So just crazy stuff coming out from them, and super unfortunate for Argentina.
I mean, just wow. Chile is the strongest team by far right now, and there's no competition when it comes to cleaning up edges, when it comes to closing out games as well. I mean, honestly, I still thought that was a little bit of a mistake right there on Argentina's part of the last 1v2. We're going to see it here in a second again.
100%.
I think if you push across that ridgeline, be sure to trade each other. There should never be a way in which you push across the ridgeline, you'll get knocked, and you have to go for a revive. That should never, ever happen. But unfortunately, it's been against Chile, right? I think no other team right now in this lobby has shown us that they can, I guess, turn a situation like that around. And here we can see it right now. Sure, it's been an immediately one shotgun pellet knock. That makes this also more difficult to be traded. But then again, still, there has to be some kind of trade. You have to push across that ridgeline as a duo. And that was unfortunately the second player. It must have been, I'm not sure who it's been actually. It might have been Elite. No, it couldn't have been Elite, obviously. But I think the same thing happened to Chile right before that as well. I think Elite or Pubg, I'm not sure it was anymore, pushed across the ridgeline as well. So it's not been a mistake that has exclusively been made by Argentina, that's what I'm trying to say. It's been happening to Chile too. But yeah, a game not going the way we thought. For the second time in a row, Argentina, 2 chances, and 2 times they lose it to the other contender. This might change the outcome of the entire qualification, even just based off of these 2 matches. Imagine Argentina wins that 4v3 against Brazil last game, or the game before that, I mean, and then that 2v1 here. Argentina would be in the qualification spot, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's been rough for them, honestly. It's been rough. They've been so close so many times now, and they've never been able to close it out. 16 points is a big game. 16 points is a great game. Zero-pointer for Brazil is absolutely unheard of so far. They have dropped the ball for the very first time, but even that is not going to be enough for Argentina to pass them. But remember, I think they should be 1 point behind now, maybe 2 points behind Brazil. So we said 17 points was the gap. I think that was to Chile, but they've put themselves in contention right now, and it's just crazy how fast that goes. Just one big game is all you need. And yes, they've played a really big game here, and yes, they're going to be hating themselves for not winning it. But 16 points is a big jump towards the scoreboard. A bigger jump for Chile, of course, who separate themselves further.
Yeah, but you say just one big game, but look what was needed to make that one big game happen. So many clutches and so much individual stuff that went into this. And I gotta be honest, right now, if you'd ask me, who do I think can put out a round like that? Unfortunately, it's just 3 top teams. I might even exclude Argentina off of this, because they haven't shown us that kind of fighting power either. It's just been Chile and maybe to some degree Brazil. But even Brazil, the first time they went aggressive in a lobby like this, they lost a player. I remember that cube breach phase 2. That didn't go their way at all either. All right, they should not have lost a player there. So I think it's all down to Chile at this point. I think it is exclusively Chile that is able to clean up all these rounds.
Yeah.
And look who stands at the very top. It is 52 points. Chile, obviously, in the very first place. But Argentina, despite them losing rounds time and time again now, still very close to qualification. Everyone below that is going to need more than just a big game. I don't want to say a miracle just yet, but it's going to need a big step up in performance.
27 placement points for Brazil, 27 placement points for Argentina, despite the fact that Brazil has won 2 games out of 5. That's pretty crazy, and that's pretty damn impressive, I think. If you ask me, Argentina, they've salvaged a few games into a second place. They've choked a few games into a second place. If they can start winning them, they're easily up there at the top, but the bigger gap is towards 4th. Colombia is... Yes, they're the closest contender after that match, but they are 36 points away after just 5 games. If this was 36 points after 12 games, I wouldn't be also surprised. But after 5 games, that is a massive gap. And yeah, I mean, Potro, he's put down everybody in that lobby. DMR damage was off the charts. He must have done a ton, I think 1,500 damage, most of that with the mini, it felt like.
Yeah.
And in the end, the team wins the game. The clutch is from MZ. It's a big one. It's a good push with the DBS, realizing this is the only chance for him to get a 1v1. But yeah, big numbers coming out of a lot of the Chile players, and I think a lot of them as well have been putting out big numbers throughout all of these games, because they are by far the heaviest fighting team that we have seen today.
Yeah, I can only agree. Is it a surprise? To some degree, but also not really. The only surprise to me up until this point is that first of all, Chile somehow keeps on losing these games, and also that Brazil is just not as fighting heavy as I expected them to be. It's just based off of their region as well. This is the biggest surprise. Brazil has always been the biggest fighters, right? They get into a game, all they want to do is fight. This time around, it looks quite different, and I think that's also their strategic point.
Been working so far. We'll see. This was a very rare misstep for Brazil. I don't expect it to happen again, but we have one more game to actually see what happens and not just yap about it. So short break for you guys, and then we come back with match 6 of the day on Miramar. Uno más. One game is all we have left for today. One more Miramar to show us what the leaderboard looks like. Big steps there for Argentina, even though they could have maybe had a chance of winning that late game. It is enough to push themselves extremely close to Brazil in second place, Felix.
Yeah, gonna have to wait and see. But I think from everything that we've seen up until this point, it means Chile is just gonna run away with it once more. That's just how it feels like. Whenever we think someone else maybe has the opportunity to win a game, Chile comes in, picks up the victory like the 1v2 that we've just seen. But yeah, just for the sake of suspense, I'm really hoping on Argentina and maybe even Guatemala, maybe even some of these underdogs to finally come out and win a game and shake up the leaderboard. Because as we said, it's only been 2 teams that have won every single game up until this point, and that doesn't really give us a whole lot of breathing room in terms of making predictions, in terms of hoping for an underdog story that we said at the beginning of this day might be unlikely, but at least that we're hoping for. But yeah, coming back to this point, unfortunately, everything that we said was going to come true has come true. Chile and Brazil, too damn strong.
But isn't it crazy that Brazil has won 2 games and they're still somehow getting caught by an Argentina who's not had a single win and has only sort of salvaged their way through the first 2 games of the day. So they're at least making it interesting because they're giving us a fight for second place. And then maybe if Guatemala pops off, maybe if somebody else Colombia can step up to the task, maybe we'll have a 4th team in the mix. And at that point, we'll have ourselves a 4-horse race. And jeez, the words are leaving me. And we had the same thing happen in Europe, and we ended up with a single point and a tiebreaker deciding who goes to the World Esports Championship, right? We thought it was all decided, and then suddenly in the last match, we get so close that we actually went to a tiebreaker. So crazier things have happened, and today is only the first day of the games. So we'll see what the players do. We'll see what match 6 has in store for us. But I'm excited, and I'm hoping, all right, we see more of the top in the later stages, because there's nothing as exciting as a second place fighting a third place for the win.
Yeah, not really. Especially if it's 2 experienced rosters like Chile, like Brazil, and obviously like Argentina as well that we throw into a mix in a lobby like this. It is countries competing after all, which is why we have some of these mixed teams in here, and especially with that background as well, it's even more surprising to me that Chile is performing the way they do. It feels like they are super structured when it comes to fighting. They're not doing any sort of mistake. And we do see mistakes, on the other hand, coming in from Brazil, right, in some of these fights, like the cube job. I know I've touched on this topic 5 times by now, but I keep on coming back to it because that's the one thing that's really just not really fit into that style of play today. But yeah, so far, Chile doesn't look like they're a mix at all. I would bet, actually, if these guys would stick together as a team like this and they'd be performing in PMSL, I'm pretty sure these guys will put up quite some numbers, quite some numbers there too, because yeah, fighting-wise, they seem to be incredibly on point at the moment. We will be heading into the very last game of today just very shortly. Kovo, last prediction. Is anything going to change? Will we see Argentina maybe finally picking up a win now?
Argentina is 2 points behind Brazil, and they're not going to overtake them this game. Brazil is going to have another decent game, and they are going to stay in second place for the rest of the day.
That's a bold prediction.
And we'll have a Valdemar hot drop. Bold prediction as well.
That is a bold prediction. These are 2 bold predictions. A Valdemar hot drop is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, that one I kind of saw on the map, okay? That one's not as bold, but I think Brazil has it. I think Brazil's been more consistent throughout the day. Consistency is a weird thing to argue about. Maybe not more consistent, but just more convincing in the way they've gathered their points, and what looks to me like a more reproducible way of getting points. Brazil has impressed with macro, Chile has impressed with fights, and Argentina has impressed with crazy ways of getting points. So I think the most consistent way there is Chile and Brazil, and I think that might be what materializes here in game number 6.
We're going to figure out whether or not that is about to come true in the next couple of minutes, as we have the next phase. Well, everything is going to start pop up on our screens, and it's relatively centralized. No one really at a big disadvantage. I'm guessing we could say United States and Guatemala and Los Leones will have the longest path. Add that to the contest that they're having. and it might be a fairly difficult early game for them. But by the way they're splitting this, I'm not worried either, to be honest. Shouldn't really turn out to be a fight, and I'm hoping it's not gonna.
Might be
because
a quick
Guatemala.
Might be a quick kill somewhere there. I think some other players are in pretty close proximity. It's not a full-on fight, I agree, but I can see one of the teams losing a player here or there.
I hope it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we all do.
I want to see these two teams, especially United States. They've shown us promise now in the early game. They've never lost a player in the last 2-3 games, but instead it's going to be Brazil. Wow, what a turnaround! Wow, it is Trent picking up a frag against Brazil out of all the teams. That is nuts. And Brazil somehow finding themselves in this weird spot inside this little compound. And he must have gone for a vehicle and just not found it, because there's no other way around it. I don't think he was supposed to be there.
No.
But yeah, either way, Suriname is going to pick him up. That's disastrous for Brazil. Once again, that you said, I mean, it was your prediction actually. 2 points difference. Now them being one man down, I think it looks all the more likely that Argentina is going to overtake them.
Yeah, not the best prediction, but there it is. At least this one has made sense. There is a bit of a fight going on in Los Leones. Guatemala is trying to get more aggressive than the US would like right now, and you can see he's so closed out with Tony right behind him. Maybe not having a very long-range weapon, but having a pretty good angle and a pretty good idea of where these players are. He doesn't need a long-range weapon. He just hits the prone with the Uzi, and he does put him down. First one goes the way of Guatemala. They're looking for more now. Chills is on the fire, but Tony has been traded out. Kidu from the side has an actual AR. We'll find some more long-range shots, and we'll trade this out to make it messy for both teams.
More shots now, and I was thinking that was gonna happen, but man, I'm not too fond of this fight. Once again, I'm not too sure this really helps anyone. Guatemala lost a player now. The United States has almost lost a player now, and two of these teams that are runner-ups, you know, that could potentially still make it with a big day 2. Will now be a weekend going into the early stages, and especially Guatemala, 27 points. Look, they could have gone up to 4th place with this one. Losing a player now too early, potentially losing a second player. I mean, almost securely losing a second player now that I see where Tommy is positioned. That's just not the way to go about this, and they're going to be kicking themselves. That's not what Guatemala wanted out of this last game.
Not what anybody wanted, and they were looking like they had the opening as well, but that's how quick it goes. It's hard to keep control in these fights. They're chaotic. They're uncontrollable in some sense. And USA get the better end of the stick with the second bleed out now coming on in. Kidu finds his. And yeah, I think you touched on it. USA has been finding success in the early games, just not in the mid games, not in the late games. Getting into position is not what they're really thriving at. Where Guatemala has shown some promise, especially in game 3 and 4. But if they continue to be this inconsistent, it's going to be hard to mess with the top of the lobby right now, who are just really, really dominant. Very much unlike some of these teams towards the middle pack.
This phase is going to make it tough for anyone not grabbing an early spot, I think, depending on where it ends, obviously, but we've only seen very limited endings on these northwestern types of circles. And that's also the beauty of it, with only having 11 teams. As this fight continues, it's a good first pickup now from the United States, actually, bringing things back of that first initial knock, and they will wipe Guatemala off clean. And it is perfectly clean. I think that was the only knock actually that happened after the first initial knock, so only 2 players have been taken down during the iteration of this fight. This is good, despite the lengthy fight. United States setting themselves up to potentially catch Guatemala now on 27 points with this early game. Good stuff. United States needed it. They had very weak first 3 games. They kind of salvaged as much as they can now in the last 3, no matter the outcome of this one. But in terms of qualification, way more is going to be needed from the United States. And that qualifier we've talked about, it wasn't easy for the United States. They had a long road to get to this point. So they're going to have to bring their A game tomorrow if they really want to make that entire round worth it.
6 more chances tomorrow to turn things around. Plenty of chances if you do get going, if you do find a footing. But it's a lot easier said than done. Casters spend a whole lot of time talking about comeback stories, and they're a whole lot easier to talk about than to actually pull off. But even if they get a decent game here, if they manage to make it in, maybe push themselves past Suriname, push themselves past Guatemala, right? That's going to feel mighty good. It's not going to close the gap to the top 2, but it's going to feel mighty good to see yourself in 5th and instead of a 7th place or potentially an 8th place here on the leaderboard. It's going to put yourself in a different mood, different mindset for the next day and make things a tiny bit easier.
I love this rotation from Pubg. It's a really smart one. It's one that gives you incredible amounts of information, and the way he parked his vehicle is even smarter. Make sure no one's going to be able to disable that. He knows that from that side of the hill. Despite Colombia potentially actually having a side of it, now that I see it, potentially having a side on these tires. But he realizes still that the northern side is probably going to be the least likely someone's going to pop your tires. And I'm expecting this to center up. I'm saying that, but we've seen plenty of hard shifts today. And I will be eating those words. It is northeastern hard shift, a really deep one. And I'm guessing it's going to end somewhere east of water treatment. Couldn't imagine this one going the way of Brazil, so they will make it down the hill, I'm pretty sure of that. And yes, despite I mispredicted that first phase, I'm pretty fairly on that prediction at the very least. It's going to end somewhere west of water treatment. So once again, I think with a good rotation now from Brazil, with a quick repositioning, these guys might still be, even as a 3-man, in a really good spot to potentially take some placement points.
They've been good at that. They've been good at getting themselves into those spots as well. Argentina have struggled a little bit more on the rotations, a little bit more on the positioning side of things, but have gotten really, really good salvages, have got some pretty decent zones on Miramar especially. They've got to make him count. They can't miss any more opportunities, and Brazil flopping so early, losing a member so early, is an opportunity for Argentina. Octi caught in the open, almost flushed already, is an absolute disaster though. They need to get him smoked, and they need to get him back on his feet ASAP. This is not a player you can lose in a compound like this.
Yeah. I have to wait and see if Argentina up there as well, to kind of get back to your point, is going to have enough control to catch Brazil. Now I'm not so sure anymore, because I think Argentina, with their position right now, is going to have to fight sooner or later. And if they do that outside the top 8 and Brazil continues to survive, they might still have a difficult game. And that means 2 points. Might be harder to secure than elsewhere, but yeah, it depends on how many teams are going to be coming anywhere near Argentina. Ecuador, meanwhile, has some troubles on that eastern side. Kind of rotated a little bit too close to the Dominican Republic. And half of them, I think, made it inside. The rest of them are still fighting the blue zone. And 80s is one of them. He will be picked up by Pubg, the biggest fragger for the Dominican Republic up until match number 6. A quick and easy frag to be picked up. And one that, well, plenty of other teams do need as well.
Rez has come through on Octi, keeping Argentina as 4. Bit of a breath of relief. You can see the armor extremely damaged there, but at least the player is alive. It's a knock onto a vehicle now, just from that same player. You can see some teams struggle, some teams get to farm, and this compound with all the high ground it has is not a bad one. Especially if you got yourself a DMR, pop off some long range shots. Watch the Suriname versus Panama fight and try to pick apart whatever you can. So far, no elimination just yet, and I think the only knock Argentina was able to get has just been stolen and flushed away.
I'm still betting on who's really got the best chance of winning this game. I think it's really tough to tell at this point. But one thing has come through. It has shifted away from water treatment significantly. So that open field western ending in the valley becomes all the more likely. And I think Argentina is setting themselves up for it. You can tell. These types of circles almost never shift back to St. Martin or water treatment. I don't think we've seen a water treatment ending in what feels like forever. So I think especially Chile now with taking the top spot up on the hill, at least secures them a lot of kill potential. And judging by how many teams are still out on the edge, and especially towards the southern side, it's probably going to secure them placement points as well. I've thought about this. The one team that hasn't really gone as deep as I would have liked them to go is Brazil. And that's especially surprising since they're a 3-man, right? If you lose a player early, you kind of tend to go for more centralized spot to kind of make up for it and to kind of, you know, force your luck a little bit. But they really haven't gone for that at all.
One thing I would love to see from Brazil is be a little bit more versatile in the strats that they're using. They are very slow. They are slow and controlled. They never speed it up. They never take any crazy risks. But like you said, if you're a 2-man, why not take a little bit more risk? Maybe just pre-drive a little bit. Send it into phase 2 as phase 3 pops. Go for a nice early spot if the circle comes your way. But they are, again, they're taking it slow. They're letting people rotate past them a little bit, but they're still getting into decent spots as we see Chile on the other side of things, picking up frags from a distance, picking up knocks from a distance into Suriname, making this fight a little bit more complicated than it just was. Evil Winter, though, comes around, picks up one for Panama. Much needed points for the squad, as they haven't had a ton of success so far today.
Panama is still looking to clean this compound. They have that ruins building secured. It could give them an opportunity to just survive, depending on how the next circles go. Because it's really tough to force someone out of it if the entire rest of the circle has an angle on you. And I don't think anyone's going to approach that either way, because Suriname is the only team in here. And they're down to 2 players as well. So they don't really have any reason to do so. They can just as well survive inside their compound too. So I think they're going to stay alive for a little bit longer. And with the next circle shift gone all the way down south, which is also what we expected. I said it's going to be a valley ending. That now means I think someone is going to have to fight in this phase. And it's not going to be the south side team. It's going to be Brazil and Colombia. I don't think these guys can coexist up until that northern side. Maybe if the angles are just right. Someone towards the far northeast of that hill and someone towards the far northwest. But I think that's very unlikely. So I think Brazil is going to have to think of a creative way of getting inside.
Chances for both of that happening are definitely there. I think survivable, but sometimes you don't want survivable in phase 4. Sometimes you want game winning, or you want to make sure you're getting into placement points. So maybe some of these teams want a little bit more than just coexistence. As we see from the USA here, send towards a priority spot. It's not the best spot in the zone, but it's definitely not a bad one. It's fairly central, with avenues of approach being super open to the rest of the server, so very hard to breach. Not a thing you hate to see. Uruguay on the hill on the other side, maybe not as central when you look at the zone, but they just have way more cards in their hand that they might be able to play throughout the rest of this game.
Panama still looking to find any kind of opening. I think that's what they're just going to do, right? Look for an opening. Maybe act on it, but even acting on it is going to be tough. Because as I said, the rest of the circle, especially Chile, could have an angle on this. I'm saying that, but look, Chile has rotated out of it. That's crazy. Chile is splitting that entire northwest side. The question is, do they know it's Brazil over there? Because if so, it would make even less sense, right? You kind of want to hinder everyone else of grabbing the top 2 spots, but not necessarily a direct competitor inside of it. But it looks like they want to keep out the team towards the northwest. On the other hand, it would make sense because they know Brazil is down 1 player, and Chile really isn't. But yeah, that's some crazy repositioning coming out of Chile. They kind of leave that top spot open for Colombia to just hold out the rest of the teams towards the western side. And that nade, combined with that push, is absolutely horrible for Brazil if they want to keep holding that top 2 spot, and if your prediction wants to come through, they need a couple of more points at the very least.
Yeah, it's not looking good for that at all. Diego falls as well. Different angle, different player. Takes him out, and that's 2 easy kills right there. And then they know the last one's disengaged as well. They have all the information they need, and Chile does what they do best. They fight, and they kill, and they win the fight cleanly. Yes, sure, you don't mind maybe Brazil staying in second, but I think for now, Chile is still playing against the rest of the lobby. We still have 6 more games tomorrow. They don't really know what's going to happen to other teams. So not really getting into the thoughts of the leaderboard, especially because we are staring at that leaderboard a whole lot more than these guys are. It's easy to get caught up in it. But I do believe that they are just playing for themselves at the moment. The catch-up teams, though, the runner-ups that we're hoping can make a point towards the leaderboard, they're killing each other right now. It's the United States versus Uruguay at the moment, and that's a big, big breach coming on out. There's a lot of knocks traded, and it's not going clean for any of them.
No, it's really not. United States has to bring things back. No one's flashed up until this point. But that nade might be trouble for Chills. He somehow jumps out of it. This is good movement coming up from Chills, but it needs more. It needs a frag. It needs a response. Otherwise, United States is going to be in all sorts of trouble, as only 1 knock has been taken against Uruguay so far. And he's being revived any second now, too. But the United States has not done nothing. They have revived as well on the other side. So it's back to a 3-on-3, potentially 3-on-4 in a second. And no one's really able to make a move. There's been some shots towards Yet, and now Yet has actually been knocked from the outside. This is perfect. United States, they might find a second knock. United States looking to turn this around. Mushtaba has been knocked though, but I think that's the only frag really going the way of Uruguay. They're being continuously third-parted from the outside, but they still do it. Joe Bacco, what a performance! And Mystic as well from the outside, helping the cause of Uruguay. But Joaco, I think with 2, maybe even 3 frags in that entire fight, closing that deal against United States. What a performance from Uruguay. But there's still so much ahead of them if they want to have a big round.
There's a lot ahead of them, and they'll only be able to get one of the reses now. They'll only get themselves up to 3 players. They have lost 1, but that is well worth it when you look at what position they just took away from the USA, right? A 4-man holding that down and losing on the breach. Rare sight, but well played by the Uruguayan squad. And a welcome point for Argentina as well. I think that's just a steal coming out of the hilltop. Just stealing one of the flushes away. It's something Argentina loves to say.
It comes down. Colombia has, in the meanwhile, found themselves a spot, but they're not contesting Chile for it, and that kind of works in favor of Chile as well. It has enough space now to literally fight anyone they want, and the good thing is, everyone they're fighting has lost a player already. Make that Colombia now as well. Just perfect play. Chile not really risking anyone, grabbing as much space as they can, isolating players. And look at this, 3 players taken out, especially direct competition as well. I mean, Colombia is all around them on the overall leaderboard. Brazil, obviously, all around them. And they've never been in any kind of dire situation. Not at all, actually. Quite the opposite. They've controlled absolutely everything, and I'd be surprised if they've received 100 damage in total this round. And I'd be surprised if they'd be 100, below 100, maybe even 1,000 damage. Obviously put out. I'm saying 100, but obviously 1,000 is what I meant. If they'd be up below 1,000 damage in output. So, massive round from Chile once more. And I don't think it's going to stop right here. I think they have the advantage against Colombia, and they have the advantage on rotating on through because they have so many cars. Not only theirs, but the ones from Brazil as well.
Not only the cars, but also the information to go wherever they want and to go wherever they please. They can solo out maybe Achilles here. Maybe they can solo out one more player in front of them. They can make it even easier. They can make even more space for themselves. But they don't want to go crazy just yet here because there's literally just Elite here. And with how much space they have, with how much land they've grabbed, they don't have to make moves yet either. They just have to hold what they have. Maybe catch out another player at a distance. It is Potro who does it. Picks up Panama. And then 1 more Colombian players on the low ground. They don't let that player up. Suddenly they know they have a solo in front of them. The games become even easier. it's just hard to think of a reality where they aren't first at the end of the tomorrow here, Felix.
Yeah. Yes, good survival options. I'm not gonna lie, there's good survival options for Brazil. And I think with the way the rest of the teams are positioned, especially Colombia, I think that there's probably gonna be arguments that they should be taking top 3, top 4 here at the very least. But it's still a long way to go, and they have players all around them. As Chile is looking to clean up these Colombian plays. That first save was perfect against the Killers, but he's somehow still standing. I think him proning in that instance saved him his life. So Chile has at least a little bit less room to play off of. It's going to be tough moving down from the hill. That's the one part that speaks for everyone else that's not on top of the hillside. So everyone outside of Chile and Colombia. But Chile and Colombia has also been some of the most, I guess, frag-heavy teams and some of the strongest teams in fighting. So that in turn speaks for them once more. So it might be kind of an equalized situation at this point. No one really being into a massive, massive advantage. Obviously, Uruguayan argument can be made that if they defend this and if they are, you know, strong as a 3-man down there, if they're not letting themselves get breached, that they should be running away with this game, but we still have 3 more phases left, so, in my opinion, a little bit too early to tell.
A bit early to tell. It depends on what happens here. It depends on what happens to all this space being controlled. Colombia, we said, Molina, he still has to make a move, and there's going to be a team on top that doesn't want that to happen. It's Chile, letting fire rain down from above. On the other side of things, though, Dominican Republic has pulled up very close to some of these Chilean players, pushing a little bit of space back and taking a little bit of ground away from them, making at least the angles a little bit more one-sided, a little bit less oppressive for the rest of the lobby.
Law is known. That's the good thing for Uruguay. But it also means if Uruguay does any kind of misstep, Law is going to be there to catch them. And if they do get breached, I think Law is obviously going to be there to party that as well. He's not going to stay idle and passive. As we are heading into the last stages of this day number 1 of the American Regional Qualifiers 2024. They reminded it is all about grabbing that top 2 spot. It's all about qualifying to Riyadh. And that way there is a long way, but it's going to be concluded soon for this region.
No. Sorry to interrupt, but that's 2 kills. That's 2 flushes from Achilles as well. It's disaster for Chile. They've fumbled this one on a big scale. They had a 2 versus 1, even a 3 versus 1 if they wanted it. And they overstepped the mark a little bit. The UMP from Achilles just ruins them completely. Brings it down to a 2v1 now from Molina. Yes, he might lose this, but the damage has been done. The chance has been open for the teams. It's a good nade from Molina as well.
And here's another one. I think he knows exactly where to put that one. 1 second left on the timer. This is good. It's not going to touch Messi, though. But he's jumping around the corner continuously. He's going to get these flushes at the very least. And it's down to a 1v1. So yes, Chile for the first time in a row might not pick up a round that we thought was going to go a different way anyways. As the blue zone pushes him out, it's a 1v1. Colombia still alive, but Messi has a shot more in the chamber. And yes, 12k reigns supreme. It is Chile picking up that one. They will secure a top 3, but I think that's about it.
Tricky team to fight. Those Chileans, they are hard to kill, but big misstep regardless. This could have been a fairly doable win now when you look at these teams. Uruguay locked into the compound. Dominican Republic, few shacks to play with. The only team outside of these compounds would have been Chile. But they won't be. It's not meant to be. It's just going to be a solo. If he wins that, I'm ready to call it a day. I'm ready to call them World Esports Championship finalists, but should not be possible here, surely. quiet before the storm. 3 seconds before phase 8 comes in. Centers up, eliminates Chile. He's gonna have to creep and crawl his way forward here if he wants to make it in. But the teams in the compound, don't see them doing a whole lot here.
No, not really. Unfortunately, it's going to be down to phase 9, and I've seen this ending. I mean, I called it phase 3. It's a valley ending, but this close to the compound is something that's unusual even to me. So for Uruguay to have this good of a position, and it's starting with losing a player as well, is once again a big surprise. Navi has been taken down. That's also a big part of this roster. So even more surprising that in a round like this, they made it this far. Good in Uruguay. Siete, as you called him. A little bit more beautiful in that pronunciation. I can't really say it that way, the way that you do. But Siete is going to have to bring things back for his team. I feel like he's the second player to watch on that roster. But yeah, Navi's, it's going to leave a mark not having him in this one. And then obviously there's Chile. So the good news is the Dominican Republic has experienced players. So for any Dominican Republic fan, they should be at a massive disadvantage also in terms of man advantage. But I think as soon as this fight happens and as soon as it explodes, Chile is going to third party. Because they're always playing for the win. They always are. He's going to try to do his best to take down as many players from both squads. And as that happens, once again, I think it's going to be really, really troublesome for both teams. And at that point, might just become that really random X factor that none of these teams really want to happen.
I don't know if I don't think they know about the reposition either. Like, Messi's put himself towards the edge of the blue, but he's moved far away from where they have last seen him. It looks like Alien is looking for him. Okay, Alien has him on his radar. He's not forgotten about him. He's not forgotten that it's a thing. It's a solo that they have to take care of. But he might forget very soon when all the smokes come out from the Dominican Republic and the foot push comes out onto the compound. And at that point, all the attention is going to have to divert, and look at that exactly. It's not just Messi, it's also the Dominican Republic just smoking this up and getting the util out, and soon they won't be able to afford looking for that Chilean player at all anymore. They have to look for the Dominican Republic. They have to try and find opening with nades because they're outnumbered, they're outgunned, and they're outpositioned at this point with all these smokes and all the util coming in, Felix.
Yeah, more util coming in now as obviously the Dominican Republic is closing the distance, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Looks like it is. Papizawa, talked about him time and time again, the biggest fragger for that roster, finds the first one inactive, finds the second one, and where's Chile now? Where's Chile to potentially bring the X factor that we talked about? It's just not been coming through, and it seems like there's just no third party there to be found. Now Parado goes down though, and I think it's now 3 players left standing still. So potential maybe there, but it's going to need an absolute miracle now for Mizzy. Yes, he's got the S12K, but against so many players, I'm not sure if it's possible that he grabs the flush, but this should be the end of it all. He will be surrounded, and it is the Dominican Republic, one of the teams that we said might have a chance at qualification as well at the very last game, taking home a chicken dinner. Is it going to be enough for qualification? Not even close, but it's a good start going to the next 6 games tomorrow.
It's a good start, and it's a wake-up call, and it's going to feel mighty good to get yourself 22 points in the last game of the day. But Chile as well, second place for them, 6 more placement points. They even get the flush there in the end, right? They even take down Emperador to close out that game. So big moves for the Dominican Republic, but bigger moves for Chile. And another game where Argentina falls short to close the gap. We haven't really seen anything from Brazil this game. But Argentina as well, letting the gap widen between first and then second and third.
Massive stuff. Maybe that's been the start of the comeback story now. Maybe that is start of the comeback story now. I'd very much appreciate that to happen. Dominican Republic especially. I talked about him active time and time again. He's been part of the Titan Gaming and A roster. He's such a strong player. And yeah, that we kind of saw the beginning of it all, right? Ecuador being taken down, Hades being isolated, deep inside the blue zone, even before any of that ending was even visible to anyone or kind of expected from anyone. So Look how early these guys made a move to play aggressive, to find some of these frags. And 12 kills also is, man, that's a good round in terms of eliminations too. It's not to be underestimated. I think everything above 10 is a really good round in a lobby like this. It's just being overshadowed by how strong that round from Chile was at the very beginning.
Yeah, and it's been overshadowed by how much they've been missing out before, right? It's been overshadowed by how rarely they get this going. And we haven't really seen them pull it off until now. We love to see them do it in this time. But they have to do this more, and they'd have to do this more consecutively if they want to have a comeback tomorrow. This is a big step for them, but like we said, we need more of this. We need more double-digit elims. We need more big damage numbers coming on out, and you can see that there. It's Puppy Sour, man. You love to see, talk about, watch them play. 800 damage for him.
Really good stuff. Really good stuff coming out from all these players. It's very equalized in terms of who picked up how many elimination points. So, good team effort all around. 41 total elims. More players than usual in this lobby that have fallen, obviously, with just the 3-man surviving. And yeah, the Dominican Republic kind of tying things with the USA, who've just been continuously fighting. You can see it. Most healing has been on Mustafa. So these guys have been fragging from the very start. And USA has really tried to make the comeback happen, but it just wasn't enough in the end. They got 5 items, but they couldn't get any placement points whatsoever. So that's kind of been the story for the United States. They started strong, they win a frag, they win a fight, but really getting into late game just not been their strength. And I want to see that happen tomorrow potentially.
Would love to see more of this. Would love to see more different winners as the Dominican Republic kind of rose themselves in there with Chile and Brazil. 2 bad games for Brazil is a big shakeup for the leaderboard as well, Felix. Yes, Argentina didn't get much going, but Argentina has put themselves into second here by passing Brazil, right? So would love to see more stirrups on the leaderboard. Would love to see more things going a bit crazy. And would love to see the battle for second place become even hotter tomorrow.
Yeah, 22 points, once again, is massive in terms of staying in the running for qualification. So it's gonna be exciting to see. Miramar statistics post-match 6. 3 frags on Elite, 4 frags on Puppy Sour. Want to highlight Puppy Sour once again. He's been the driving force behind the Dominican Republic, despite me highlighting inactive so very often. But I feel like the impact frags, the frags that really mattered in a round like this, have all gone the way of Puppy Sour. I feel like he's always been the most aggressive player. He's always been the first to kind of have contact, and it's so important to have a fragger that has initial contact under control and doesn't get taken down for absolutely nothing in a team, and that can change the outcome of so many fights. So I'm going to give it up for Puppy Sour. Bumps up his team to 4th place. 42 total points now. In a good spot to potentially catch up tomorrow. And then Brazil and Argentina, obviously the 2 runner-ups to Chile, who at this point, and I want to ask you this, are maybe already safely qualified, because 96 points, that's a big difference to reach.
I think they're going to qualify. I don't think maybe they're not qualified on 96, but they are definitely qualifying tomorrow, Felix. They have gotten an average of 16 points per game today.
In how many? 44 players lobby? That's completely nuts.
Nuts. It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. They're averaging a 6-kill win throughout the day. Absolutely crazy stuff from them. I think a 60-point day is really good. A 16-point day per game is mental.
Wow.
That's not something you ever see. And even though the last game MVP is Puppy Sour, the MVP of today is Chile, and they've just been absolutely crazy with what they've been getting away with today.
Yeah, Chile definitely the MVP. I'm not even sure if I can pinpoint a specific player out of that squad either. I think it's been everyone stepping up. None of these guys have really done any big individual mistakes. Quite the opposite. They've turned around a situation they had no business being in the first place.
Yeah.
And second with these top performances, it's no surprise that out of all the players, that actually Milovan being at the very top of it. 19 LMs, Messi back there with 17. Milovan with an interesting story as well. He literally just exited that roster from Brazil, right? That Influence Rage roster at the start of July, I believe it was. So start of last month, 3rd of July actually. I think I have that date at the top of my head. That's when he exited that roster. And his entire squad that he left is now below him in a non-qualification spot while he plays with a mixed team for Chile. That's a nut story to begin with.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to unpack that tomorrow when we get into this last 6 games. But it's been a day. I didn't think it was going to be that interesting. 11 teams always kind of risky in terms of finding enough action, finding enough, non-favorites to play a part in this. But I think Argentina and especially also now Dominican Republic has done that perfectly.
100%, and the favorites are not clear, and Argentina was not on our cards. I said I want them to do well, but I didn't expect them to do this well, and they definitely have
I didn't either
today. And it's going to be a close day tomorrow. It's a super close race for second, and there's a lot more teams that have a say in this potentially as we play 6 more games tomorrow, same time, same place. So yeah, it's been a pleasure today. Thanks for having us. It's been a pleasure being here with you, Felix, today. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for 6 more games of the World Esports Qualifiers of the IESF.